busted up, drained, didn't plan on losing my heart tonight. But on that greasy rooftop, it all felt right. On the roof of the Waffle House, love gets loud. While Dixon's in the kitchen, we escape the crowd. He might motorboat me like a big old beast. The Lord have mercy, he smells like yeast. Might not be forever, might not be clean, but on that rooftop, I'm his queen. Don't wear pride, we climb that ladder just to let it ride. No white picket fence, no wedding ring, but the way you touch me makes the rafters sing. On the roof of the Waffle House, love gets wild. While Dixon's in the kitchen, we escape the crowd. He might motorboat me like a big old beast, but Lord have mercy, he smells like yeast. Might not be forever, might not be clean, but up on that rooftop, I'm his queen. Dentures, I don't wear pride. We climb that ladder just to let it ride. No white picket fence, no wedding ring, but the way you touch me makes the rafters sing. Oh, leave the minivan, leave the 9 to 5, hop in your Beetle, let's feel alive. With Dixon, fried bacon, and the jukebox on. We've done the kind of love that don't feel wrong. On the roof of the Waffle House, love gets wild. I'll do broken hearts, lost but proud. But tonight on this rooftop, he's my feast, my wreck, my home, my break routine. But on that dirty rooftop, I'm his queen. I'm his queen.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, whatever you might be, and welcome back to more Georgia. We were in Georgia this morning. We are in Georgia again this afternoon. We haven't. So we'll see how late they'll be today. If you are in Massachusetts, yesterday a case started breaking about a pregnant lady who went missing, and her boyfriend then all of a sudden admitted he was the guy who did it. To begin with, he reported her missing on the 8th of August, and again, his name is G. Groom. Not a good name. And kind of like in the Corey Richards trial, when you're talking about the deceased person, he describes her when she's leaving. He enjoys fishing with his family members. But she was in a tough spot with her friends and family, which led her to staying at the residence. She believed she was abused by her aunt and uncle, but it was a lie. And she was a manipulative. Where is the description? I read the description and I was just thinking, yeah. This is, come on. Where is it? Come on. I found it funny and now can't find it. Yeah, they started fighting in a shed. And she hit the door on the shed door. And he didn't strangle her. So, but he pled guilty yesterday that he was the one who unalived her. He even drew a map. So that case is going to be interesting to see. But it's just before all the Massachusetts ask about it. Yes, I have seen that he pled guilty yesterday, but we will still wait. He can still go to court for it. So yeah, they found her body on his property, and he then confessed and said, "I can draw a map, so you can go find her." It's in Rehoboth, so I don't know where it is. No. And someone asked me where you can send pictures of tomatoes. I'm not an expert in tomatoes. I don't like tomatoes specifically, but we have a food and stuff on the Discord. That was a case, a missing persons case in Massachusetts, where they found the body yesterday. Oh, so good. You're back, Mr. Building Master. But we are going back to Georgia, just like the devil, and trying to figure out how much of a DV abuser I am, because we will now hear, I think we were getting to the part where we're going to listen to the expert in DV who doesn't know anything about this case, but will tell you that the way he draws breath or parts his hair is a clear indication of DV, and that means he killed her. Even though the judge said, well, she can't just go in there and say that, and the DA said, well, I would never elicit that. Let's guess that's exactly what she's going to elicit, because this Miss Hilton, whatever her name is a horrible DA. She's absolutely the worst. And I have sat through 2 trials in Massachusetts, and Hilton is absolutely the worst DA ever. Well, I don't know either. I thought they said Hughes, but someone said it wasn't her. But she's going to use the wheel of DV. And if you're on the wheel, if you're not on the wheel, if you have never heard about the wheel, you as a man is a DV perpetrator. That's yeah. We could get a mistrial with this witness. I have sadly no trust in this judge, because I could have, but the defense, of course, haven't argued for it yet. But I think at least twice should we have gotten a mistrial in this case. I'm just not. I use when I make, I kind of do meal preps for, because when I'm streaming and I have like half an hour to an hour to eat, I just need something I can throw in the nuke. So I'll make a big bowl of meat and vegetables and beans and stuff like that, and I'll always chuck in some tomatoes in it. But I don't eat raw tomatoes. I'm not the biggest fan of them. Yes, if you can figure out Discord, maybe reach out to one of the mods or someone. They are normally quite nice and helpful, but there's a lot of people who use it kind of like a hangout when trial is over. You can hear how Sue will abuse me in there when I'm in live chat. Every Sunday they have movie nights where they will sit and I don't know if they watch the movies or it's just yappity yap time. I think it's yappity yap time most of the time. Normally they have not a talking movie, and then they have a talking movie where they will just enjoy themselves and hang out with friends. People share all kinds of stuff in there, pictures of their animals. The mods will make sure that evidence that is presented in cases are there, so you can go look at it if you came in late to a case or you want to go back and look at something. There's the voice chat where we hang out. Sometimes when I'm not finishing trials at 11 o'clock at night, I might swing by. You'll get the notifications when I go live, which is a good thing for me, because YouTube isn't as good as doing it as they should be. And so if you're considering it, try it out. It's free. Yes, if you need mod help, reach out to Jedi or Marissa. Yeah, but I used to eat them a lot when we grew them ourselves, but it's just I'm more of a cucumber guy. Yeah, that it was, what's her name? I can't remember, but she was good. Why did the tomato turn red? Because it saw the salad dressing. Spire, you have just reached a status no one has reached before. Your dad jokes are worse than sex. I feel sorry for you, but thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, and if you sign up, you'll be put in kind of like a waiting room just so we know kind of who comes in there. People will come in at some point and assign you access to the rest of the server. It's just because during the can read case and stuff like that, we like to keep track on who is coming on the server, just so we don't get into too many fights. And I saw Big Red in my chat the other day, so Daddy got some cray-crays. I'm getting flashbacks of childhood nightmares of my cousin sucking the seeds out of raw cherry tomatoes. Why would you do that? Ugh. I don't know what okra is, but oysters are just snot that taste like salt. I'm here for the frustration. Why do I put myself through this? I live in Cobb County, Georgia. Our new DA is from Fulton. Don't ever drive a mile above the speed limit. Make sure all your lights are working, because I wouldn't trust the law down there. I just saw that they had a vote today about fixing up Fulton Jail. Apparently, they are going to build a special needs wing for people with mental problems and drug abusers. So a whole new prison. So yeah. Sometimes a Discord server can catch weaponized aids, which is also bad. Hopefully, it hasn't happened to mine yet. Haven't seen it. Got 4 pounds of picnic cucumbers too. They don't even fit in my canning jars. I like pickled cucumbers too. Well, she came in for the. What was it she came in for? Was it she came in when we were covering the Zoom meeting. All of a sudden, she was writing in chat. I was like, oh, that's Big Red. Okra is a nasty vegetable. Fried okra is good. Boiled is another story. I had fried green tomatoes the first time I was in Tennessee. Little D bought them for me because I said, yeah, I eat Southern food. I don't know who hurt the person who made fried green tomatoes, but they should be put in prison, because that was the worst thing I've eaten in my life. It felt like eating like a gummy, but it was a sour tomato taste. That was not to my liking. And we have a clock now. Only 10 minutes. What? Did someone sneeze? Yeah, someone sneezed.
We don't yeah. I don't.
We have a hot mic?
But not you. No,
Sue, I had the ones they served at a restaurant. And they weren't good. I also had I had cornbread, but that was
think you
artisan
were
cornbread.
sprinkled.
That was horrible.
Either. What's that? Oh, yeah, it should be in here. You eat it out there, small thing.
I mean, you didn't get them made right. Fried green tomatoes are so good. No. Horrible. I had something else with pimento cheese on it. That was a weird dish. Can't remember what it was called. But I really liked, I had catfish burger. That was a good burger. And then I had barbecue the last time I tasted some of the barbecue Volstorm had. And that was really good. I guess that's when it gave me the wit.
Tyler. Riley. Riley. My name's Shane. I know. That's one of your names. Yeah.
You never told me I needed to try fried green tomatoes homemade. You're just making it up so people will yell at me and super be on your side and say, "Oh, you told him? Yeah, that darn fool. He ain't no good for nothing. I'm gonna smack him up across the head." Okra is eggplant. I'm not a big fan of zucchinis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you, Little D, for
he said he'd take
finally someone is on my side. Well, Court TV or whoever carries the feed forgot to turn the microphone off. No, both of them are blue. Yes, we are back in Georgia. Can't remember what it was I had. I think it was pimento cheese. It was just some crackers with cheese on it.
All right, here I go.
It wasn't. Well, Little D didn't bring her grandma because she was out for some brown chicken, brown cow, if you know what I mean. Okra is not eggplant. Aubergine is eggplant. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. My mom used it a lot when I was a kid, and she put it in lasagnas and stuff like that. And I don't think you ever said anything to me, so I don't know where you're making it up. Well, I never had gumbo, so I could. Gumbo, that's more like down on the coastline, isn't it? I'm not sure I would eat. Well, I did eat catfish, but that lives in like lakes and stuff. But I wouldn't eat shrimps and stuff like that in Tennessee as a landlocked state. Colored greens are delicious, but make your house smell like farts. I think we have something kind of like that, but we use it in like a gravy. I have no recollection of you ever saying anything to me. Okra to us in Australia is like chocolates.
No.
I mean, as much as you're for, that's a great idea.
How about burger sauce?
Start off.
I want to try.
I think if you're either a DA or a public defender, they should give you a line.
Yeah, I would get
Yeah.
I got crab cakes and stuff like that when I was in Delaware. That's more of a seafood place.
How about just go back to like
No, I'm sorry. Diet is open and some plow.
Should be better.
I like program.
She sent the note.
No, she sent a new link. I can forward it to you if you'd like.
Yeah, and most of the shrimp you'll eat in Tennessee is just like in
They
Denmark.
have the right to defer.
From Thailand. So I'm not a big
Yeah,
fan
that's
of it.
very.
You
And they
need
can split it.
shrimps from Greenland.
They can do half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes if they got too large, they do something they both get a chance to do.
Yeah.
And remember, Valhalla, most of the stuff you
I was
have
thinking
is transported on Danish ships.
Conceivably, I could just.
Because, Maersk is the world's largest shipping.
Been a long time.
Just remember that first world country. We are even so
Going
good
first.
that we had a captain sail into one of your bridges so you can get a new one. Who was it who didn't understand what we were talking about 5 minutes ago? Hmm? Yeah, green cabbage. Is that what you call greens? I like
Take it
that.
off of YouTube channel.
That's
Just
good.
tomorrow.
Yeah, it's not on.
And you need some. I would say you need at least 3 types of spice. You need 4 salt, pepper, of course, but then you need garlic powder and some chili powder. Then you can get by.
All right, so where are?
Well, she's gonna get that DV expert. So if I'm coming to Kentucky, got to try Kentucky hot brown. A Kentucky hot brown sounds like something Brandon would suggest me to Google. On a scale to 1 to your next marriage will be with a man, how would getting prescription Ray-Bans be perceived?
Sure.
I have a prescription Oakley's, so I would say go for it. My brother has he actually has the same pair of Ray-Bans he bought in
Failure to give a jury
the
charge.
early 90s, and he just changed in the prescription. I think it's a good idea.
Okay.
Well, it matters a little bit that they've probably been frozen or defrozen 35 times. And you don't want to look into how they raise the shrimp over there.
But don't object.
Just remember to boil the shit out of them.
Yeah. I see, I thought they said it was waiting.
It is great.
Well, if it's your tomatoes, go in and put it into the food category on the server.
You got it.
That's right.
I wasn't vague. I actually put in
Played through Zoom.
Courtney C wants to have an AI video to show what happened in the apartment. In what apartment? Who doesn't read what I write? I can't read minds. That was clearer than what I was talking about. But I let it slide because I'm not one of those spiteful women who constantly. You didn't say that. I put in the text Courtney C, and we were talking about Courtney Clenny. Should be able to figure that one out. U.S. News Today: Walmart recalls potential radioactive shrimp sold in 13 U.S. states. Have to build superheroes some way.
Well, I'm at the bureau, shit smoke, no drugs and like that. And then
Thank you, M. Smile.
everyone says you got the smoke in it. Like I wouldn't know you how to smoke. So. Then, just time went on, and
This is what it's happening.
So it's clear.
I figure if I wear glasses
Sure.
before my eye doctor appointment, I'll just wear glasses, but I don't feel like shopping for glasses. Can't you just go, if it's not, I have 2 different prescriptions on each eye, so I can't just go and buy a pair of readers, but if you can just buy a pair of readers, just get that. Did he say vibrators?
Thanks for the.
Okay, do we have Mr. Wolfenbarger dressed out? We just need to have him brought out. Is Mr. Wolfenbarger dressed out?
yes, he's just out.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
You dropped something.
Well, yesterday I stopped it and people yelled. Well, one person. So yeah, I like shrimps from Greenland. They are normally good. The one we get, the jumbo shrimps or tiger shrimps, as we call them, they are a waste of time. But if you can get fresh shrimps, that's the best. Especially when you're having them on some white bread with a spread of mayo, and then you put a big layer of shrimp on top, and then a little bit of lemon and some salt, and a couple of the small sharp ones, as we call them, a little snaps. That's a good evening starting right there. One of you might get pregnant at some point, and it might be me.
Hang on just 1 second. Wolfenbarger, case number 24SC004-201. I'll note for the record that Mr. Wolfenbarger is present here in the courtroom along with his counsel, and that counsel for the state is also present. Mr. Samuel.
When I left court yesterday, I think the prosecutors are still in here. I was walking past, towards the elevator, and one of the jurors was in the sitting area,
Yes, sir.
and he looked like he was, like really, really ill. He was just kind of hunched over, and I have no medical training. Plus, I was debating my role as a good Samaritan, and my job as a lawyer. Fortunately, I saw there was a deputy at the end of the hall,
Yes,
and I
sir.
went to the deputy. I said, "Someone's got to do. I can't talk to this person." So the deputy went back and talked to him. I was not within hearing distance and stayed out of sight. I gather he was in a great deal of pain from a back injury. I was taking medication. Not quite sure what happened.
I don't know why there's an echo. I thought I might have had some audio on in the background, but it's the feed that has this echo.
After that, I mean, the deputy eventually left, and there's nothing for me to do. I mean, I wasn't going to sit there with the juror, obviously. I just bring it to your attention that the juror is apparently in so much pain. He was taking medication. That concerns me. If if he's sitting here in the courtroom.
Well, thank you. Do you know which juror it was by number?
Certainly not by number. It was a black man, not the one who does dialysis,
So not 43.
and not the taller man who. I'm sorry, I don't.
Okay. I mean, and the main reason I ask is that I'm surprised that you would have such an encounter, and that juror or other jurors would not have communicated to my staff, "Hey, I'm having an issue," and I've not heard any such communication from that juror. So if they are struggling with that, it's unfortunate, but it seems as if they don't feel the need to bring it to my attention.
I just felt the need for me to bring it to your attention, but
I understand.
I remember, obviously I see the jury. I've never seen him in the jury box appear under any distress. So,
Okay. Well, what I'll do for now, rather than, formally inquire or put anybody on the spot, is just, if it's okay with y'all, is just have Miss Johnson check in. She's my JA who takes care of the jurors, and make sure everybody's comfortable. And if you're not comfortable, you're having issues paying attention, you need to let me know so I can bring it to the judge's attention and let you know if I get any report from that. Okay.
I'll just make a mental note of where he's sitting.
And then maybe you can.
I don't think this guy's trying to get a mistrial, because so far no one could find him guilty unless they haven't watched the trial and only watched the podcast beforehand.
And tell me, we can identify him further, so we'll at least know which juror it is. Okay.
I think you're right. I think because Mr. McDermott brought that to my attention.
Mhm.
And as I was going out of the courtroom, I saw that juror. I believe it's a juror who may work for Delta, if I'm not mistaken, the shorter black man. I think yesterday he was sitting in the second
or third from the end.
on the back row. I think he had on green yesterday. And I saw him leaving as I was going towards the right. towards the restroom. It looked like he was getting up from that area and leaving the courthouse.
Hang on just
He-
one
He did
second.
mention back, work on disability.
Are we ready to get started? Wait, Miss Hilton, you said you wanted to check the audio.
Yes, please.
Will you hit play for just a moment?
Yeah, his reading glasses has no tint in them. What is this?
Miss Hilton, is that interference something that you've experienced before, or is it something to do with your broadcasting it?
I think it might be the broadcasting. Earlier today, it was as clear as day. I could hear every word, so I'm not sure.
Have you attempted to do it on your
Bluetooth.
speaker instead of through the court's audio system, which is not great to say the least?
Someone saw a juror yesterday who might have had a bad back. That's all that happened, because nothing has happened yet. They started 40 minutes late, as always. Yeah, this is the last known recording Sputnik made before it burned up in the atmosphere. It's amazing how they can't do this. It was some recording that they sent through the speakers, but the speakers are probably set up to catch a lot of gain, and because they routed it through it, it probably effed it up. I'm sure Fedorowski has an explanation. I'm just guessing. This sounds like me ringing my husband when drunk. Bacon was on. Yeah, I was on. And I'm sure he is always very happy when you call him drunk, because the next day conversation, when you say, I never said that. Well, you told me when you called me the 5th time yesterday. I don't call you.
Terry was here yesterday when we concluded. She is currently on the stand in Gwinnett. She took the stand at 11:30 and is on now, so we're waiting for her to get off. That would be one of our last witnesses. I think there's 3 remaining.
Forgive me, Dr. Terry is the ME? Okay.
Oh, I need a poll. Do we think he should take the stand? Normally, I always say no.
Connected to PHEPL 540039F10.
Now it's connected.
Doorbell. And the guy that cooked that was there.
I think we're ready. Okay. So are we ready for the jury?
Oh,
So are we ready for the jury?
I think this might be the recording of Carl in prison.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can we have the jury, please?
So we might have Carl remaining, Carl's prison testimony. Every man is a predator witness, and the ME maybe. Did they say this is last witness that was already on stand? No, they said that their last witness is the ME who is in Gwinnett County testifying right now. So they're waiting for her, but she will be one of the last witnesses. FD Food Ferry, you can get blocked. How can he have an alibi? No one knows when this happened. I don't know what I don't understand American court systems. Yeah, I think they have 3 more witnesses, the DV expert, and I think maybe Carl
Be
from
seated.
prison, and then
Good
the
afternoon,
ME.
ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to go ahead and get started for the afternoon session. Thank you all. Ms. Hilton, the state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Mike Sprinkle to the stand.
Michael Krinkle. Oh,
Come on
then
up,
maybe it
sir.
was
When you
police
reach the
interview
witness
with him.
stand, before you have a seat, if you'll turn and face the deputy and raise your right hand, he'll swear you in.
Please state the spirit of your name for the court.
First name Michael, Michael. Last name Sprinkle, Sprinkel.
And good afternoon, Mr. Sprinkle. How are you currently employed?
I am employed as a deputy district attorney at the office of the Fulton County District Attorney here in Atlanta, Georgia,
And how long have you been with the district attorney's office?
since June of 2011, so about 14 years.
And what unit do you work in?
I am in the unindicted homicide unit.
And what are your job duties and responsibilities as a deputy in the unindicted homicide unit?
I oversee the unit, the unindicted homicide unit, which
I think it's normal sized. He's just a small man.
screens the incoming homicide cases that come from the various jurisdictions in Fulton County. And I screen them specifically prior to their presentation to the Fulton County Grand Jury.
And in that role, have you at times worked on cold cases?
I have.
And within those files, have you had to enhance audio or video recordings to assist with your investigation or looking into that case?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to the Melissa Wolfenbarger case. Did you have any occasion to work on that case?
I did.
And within that, did you have the occasion to enhance a September 12, 2001 Henry County interview video?
Yes. Well, yes. It was on I obtained the original video. It was on a video cassette, like a VHS cassette. I had a VCR in my office, and I also had this little USB device that had an RCA connection on it. So essentially it made it so I could hook the VCR up using RCA cables to my computer and then record it. And in doing that, I extracted the audio specifically off the VHS cassette. And I don't recall what exactly I did. I just know that I created an audio file that I could hear better than when I watched the video cassette originally.
And was that able to help enhance you listening to the audio that was on that video cassette?
Yes.
Okay. And have you had the opportunity to review that audio that you extracted in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes, there was a disc, an optical disc that was handed to me outside the courtroom. There were 2 files on it. And I listened to them, and they were the audio files. There were 2 of them. One was an excerpt from the audio file that I created, and the other was the full audio file that I created.
Yeah, all right, permission to approach?
Excuse me?
Permission to approach.
Go, yes.
I'm going to show you what's in Margaret Stacy's exhibit 73A. Do you recognize 73A?
Yes, this is the disc that I just described.
And did both the
A disc? I thought he said a desk. I thought, do they have one of those fancy things that Robert Downey Jr. has where he can move things around in Avengers? And it was just a CD. Come on now. And they say, I have an accent.
original audio and appear to be the full audio that you extracted from this September 12, 2001 video?
Yes, it hadn't been altered or manipulated in any way.
Okay. And then was there a redacted version on there as well?
The redacted version was on there. That was the excerpt of the original, yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit Stacey's exhibit 73A into evidence.
Mr. McDermott?
No objection.
73A is admitted.
Permission to publish.
Permission granted. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll just remind you, as I have when we've played audio for you, there may be things that have been removed from the audio. You may perceive that. And I'll just remind you that the fact that redactions have been made is not something that you should consider. And why or what might have been said or why the court caused it to be redacted is not something that you should speculate about. Thank you all.
This is one of those pins to Zoom moments. Yeah, I did it.
Your Honor, may I object?
Yes, sure. You pause that, please.
Yeah, go to a sidebar. Lady Di's husband. Hey, Prince Charles. This case is a cold case that was cold for 27 years, where a woman was found deceased. They had looked at a few suspects, but none of them kind of looked like the suspect. They didn't identify her till 5 years later, when her dad was snatched up for the 5 killings he made back in the 70s, where the mom helped him clean up the murder, and apparently she was in the house for one of the murders, maybe potentially. No evidence this guy did it so far presented. We're down to the last 3 witnesses. We will have a DV expert who will come in and just, if it's like the JDAH case, will lie her pants off on the stand. You shouldn't do that. And I don't know why this case happened. There's no evidence against him other than he hid when they tried to serve him with an arrest warrant 27 years after the murder. Based on the mom and the sister, who are both felons, I think, had a podcaster pressure the DA's office to look at this case again. Totally normal procedure in Fulton County. Yeah, that's easier to hear than the voice. Yeah. She does. I would actually say most of the Midwest states have good audio. When we see cases from the Midwest, they have good audio. South, always shitty. Florida, mostly okay. New England, hit and miss. But the Midwest is actually always good. I think Darrow, yeah, she's Wisconsin, so that's the Midwest. Yeah, I don't know what I did, but I cleaned it up, and all of a sudden, if you play it backwards at 2 times speed, it'll say, Chris did it, Chris did it, Chris did it. The podcast, yeah, the family apparently got kind of famous in true crime, so they were taken to CrimeCon. They had a deal with Netflix that the mom reneged because apparently that would give them sole rights to this, so she can't go and tell everyone about it. And one of the biggest disgrace for my profession, which is lying about true crime, Nancy Grace, is also on this case. So, Prince Charles, you should have been here. Well, you're king now, but still. I remember you from when you hung out with Diana, and you were still a wee prince back then, with ears so big that you could listen to what the Soviet Union said. You didn't need radar. He looks kind of creepy, but again, you can't. That's why I'm always saying, don't look at them. Try and listen to the evidence, and let's see all the evidence. And why the hell is my computer so slow today? Good. Maybe it should work better because I threatened it with buying a new one. Murdoch and Little Petey had great audio. Little Petey didn't have great audio. Murdoch, yeah, I think that was good audio. But Little Petey, I remember there was something about the testimony when they went out to the parking lot and then went out where they dumped the body. There was something that was really hard to hear.
Ask you to step out of the room for just a few minutes. Thank you for your patience.
I think an interview with Chris from way back when. Yeah, so your husband must be King Charles. It's not making fun when it's true, because he does have ears big enough that he could hear what Gorbachev was saying in his office. Melody and her Ferris wheel has great audio. Melody. I don't know names.
It's clear. Mr. Sprinkle, I'm going to ask you to step off and step back outside, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
No, there was something about the audio when we had the testimony.
Okay. So just to make a record, the nature of Mr. McDermott's objection was that what was
No, but they had signed a contract that they didn't jump out of again because it would have given Netflix sole property to their story.
being played for the jury for, I'd say, somewhere between maybe 30 seconds to a minute really wasn't audible, right? It just sounds like Charlie Brown's parents, right? You know, we can tell somebody's talking, but you can't really tell what they're saying. I don't know if the fact that that speaker was facing the jury made it more audible and understandable to them, but I didn't get the impression that anybody really understood what was being said. Mr. McDermott's objection was that it was audible at some point, and if it's audible, it ought to be audible in the courtroom or it ought not to be played. We discussed some variations of how we might address this issue, and ultimately, I decided to take a break because I think I understand Ms. Hilton's representation to be that at various times she has listened to that recording and that it is in its, I guess, the point of Mr. Sprinkle's actions of enhancing the audio was to make the entire thing audible, understandable. And if that's the case in some media, then y'all need to take a minute to figure out how to make it audible in this courtroom. And if it can't be made to be audible in the courtroom, then I'm not exactly sure how it's admissible. If we can't understand anything being said. The fact that he gave a statement is already in evidence on that date. So.
You know, after parents locked me up like 8, 9 times, so. So I don't have a good relationship with them at all. Kind of curious about that part of the angle where it's not cool. But I mean, if it all everything was really managed for a while. And you gotta I don't know what the neighborhood we live in. We've been living in Atlanta.
Can you all understand that?
No. No one can understand that, and I bet you couldn't understand it either when you listened to it. But you just, again, said something to the judge because you're a lying liar who lies. I don't trust a word coming out of Miss Hilton's mouth because she is constantly doing things like this.
I mean, I can understand it better than I could before. to the extent that audio quality is always an issue. Next one to the middle. That's 10 minutes. That's 16 minutes.
You can't use this as evidence. It's just 20 minutes. What's the point of this? He was interviewed and he made inconsistent statements of where he saw her the last time. I think that's what you want to bring in. This guy has just downloaded and listened to the tape. So he can testify, but he shouldn't. They should hear it on the tape. They are the finders of the fact if he said this or that. But this is Fulton. They'll lie their ass off, especially if they own a badge. This should just be chalked out. The judge should just admonish her and say, why the hell didn't you make sure it worked before? You are a disgrace to your bar card, and I will have it. Good day, sir.
That's 20 minutes.
If it's the same quality all the way through, then the judge thinks that's all.
That's about 25 minutes. Okay.
Now I just want to start at the beginning just to see how far.
Thank you.
But it doesn't clear up, Judge. You can't allow this in. At some point, you need to grow a pair of balls. This shouldn't be allowed in. She's just clipping around to try and see if she can figure out when it clears up. Come on, Judge, just say it doesn't work. Get the fuck out of here, and let's get to the wheel of DV where we are all DV perpetrators. Brennan didn't do stuff like this. Brennan was shady and tried to sneak stuff in there. This lady is misrepresenting everything.
So it's probably about 120 where it gets clearer, about a minute and 20 seconds.
It's not clearer.
In the intro, what I can hear here is him just getting his name, where he lived, and that's the first minute.
Okay.
So we would propose starting at about 1:30, a minute and 30.
No.
Is there any, forgive me if that's what you've just said, Ms. Hilton, but is there any understanding about what it is that was being said before that no one can understand? Do we not know?
So I can hear what he's saying. What he's asking is his contact information.
No, you can't. Shut up.
In the first minute. He's asking to give me a little bit of background of their history. The detective has him go back over your history, and then he starts.
Does she have maybe have a transcription or something on her screen so she can sit here and say that? I know we're hearing it through speakers, so we won't pick it up as well as they do in the courtroom. But I would strongly object to this. She just wants him to sit and narrate up there and just say something that the jury is the finder of the facts.
Okay. And that's kind of where this is really where he starts talking about their history.
Okay.
And we're a minute and 45 in.
Okay. So what is the time designation on that tape that you're going to start playing?
I'm going to start it at 1:40 or 1:35 to the end.
Mr. McDermott?
I'm still not happy with the quality of it overall. I think asking the jury to sit through 20 to 30 minutes of that is going to be, its own form of torture. And I don't necessarily see the probative value of it because so little bit of it's audible, you can pick up bits and pieces. That's not a fair copy of an interview, I don't think. It's certainly not anything that would get close to a rule of completeness. So I would still object to playing it at all. If the court has determined that that's audible enough for the jury, obviously that's your call. But I maintain the objection not to play it at all.
Okay.
And furthermore, we've heard testimony from Detective Stott, who kept fairly detailed notes about this interview. And he gave us a pretty thorough rundown of everything that was said in it. So I'm not sure what's going to be picked up from listening to this tin can version of it.
Ms. Hilton?
Yes, Your Honor. If Mr. Stott couldn't remember certain things that I asked him as far as dates. I asked him specifically about some dates, specific things that Mr. Wolfenbarger said about relationships, that he had with the Patton family. And there were just things he did not remember. And I believe I asked him towards the conclusion, does the video contain the entirety of your statement? Would that be the fairest representation of your interview with Mr. Wolfenbarger? And he said yes, because everything that I asked him, he did not remember the full contents of this audio, of this video interview from 2001.
Because
And
it's
we do think it's
horrible.
relevant to play the video is in. What we're now doing is trying to make sure that the jurors can hear the audio
They
from
can't.
that video, so that if they wanted to play the video, they could play it in the back. But here is the audio that goes along with this video. And the redactions are redactions in which we advised the defense that we were taking out certain portions. The portions that are redacted from the video is Mr. Wolfenbarger's criminal history. Those are the things that are out, but everything else is what Mr. McDermott agreed should be in. Matter of fact, he asked for us to add something in that we had taken out that referenced Mr. Wolfenbarger's criminal history. So we believe that this is a depiction so that the jurors can hear fully what Mr. Wolfenbarger said in 2001.
I guess my final point would be that, well, yeah, I did agree to some redactions. Those are not the issue as we were talking about here. My final point would be this. We're playing something for a jury that we're all sitting here listening to, and we can pick up bits and pieces. Some of it we can hear, some of it we can't. Some of the stuff in that interview I consider exculpatory and good for the defense. Other things I'm sure the state considers good for their case. We have no idea what the jury is going to be able to hear or not hear out of any of that. And it's just not, you're taking a crapshoot. And I don't want that going before the jury. If we have a clear version of that, then I wouldn't object to it. But there's just no way of telling what anyone's going to pick up from that. And that's not a fair thing to put before the jury.
The most important
And I think
piece
that goes to weight, not admissibility.
in this
Your Honor.
case
They
that
can
everybody
argue that it's
seems
not
to have
clear, they can
forgotten in this
argue
room.
whatever,
is
they
the
can
jury.
blame the state for the bad
So we'll
audio.
take
They
a
can do all of
15-minute
those
break
things.
and both
Mhm.
sides take a pregnant pause
They
and think
can-
about the jury.
We can put this speaker up there and they can hear whatever it is that they determine that they can hear, and the defense can do with it as they
Oh,
will.
you can shut the F
I
up
mean,
and just get on
You're
with
not
it.
wrong, Ms. Hilton, in terms of the defense can use it against you if they choose to, right? And make the arguments that Mr. McDermott wants to make. I will say that I think the thing I'm frustrated by, and I blame it on the court technology, not on the state, but the thing I'm frustrated by is if you can play it at your computer and hear it, right? And not in this weird garbled state that it is now, why can't we? That's what I'm frustrated by.
But I think as I played it a few seconds ago, we were all able to hear it. I mean, I don't know how this both of
Is
them-
that what the audio sounds like when you play it for yourself at your computer or whatever?
Yeah, I mean, yes, I can hear the words.
Except that you're telling me that, like, you're telling me things that are being said at the beginning of the video that I can't hear. And that's what I don't understand. And it's not that I can't hear it. It's that I can't make out anything, and I don't understand why you can if the court can't. And is it an audio quality issue because you're listening to it, on your computer or whatever?
I'm not sure, Your Honor. I mean, I can maybe bring it up closer, bring this speaker up closer to the court so you can hear it, what I hear, but I can hear it. I can hear him, and maybe because I've listened to it, I know what's happening, and that could possibly be the case. But as we moved the speaker down, and I kept asking and starting at different points, I think everyone heard everything. That wasn't hard to hear. It was the first minute and 30 seconds. But
should I just start drinking Malort again? Why is this woman lying without any problem to a judge? And she's acting like the judge is annoying her for stating the obvious. You can't hear shit. You can hear, know through friends and Tina. What is that statement? Yeah, I can make out it was probably, how did you meet? Through some friends that have met Tina. But is that what he said? Oh, for God's sake.
I believe that everything after that, when I stopped it at the various points.
No, she couldn't understand it, you idiot.
At least no one communicated that they did not hear what was being projected on the audio.
Okay. Mr. McDermott, your objection is going to be overruled. I'm going to let the state play the audio for whatever it's worth. Okay?
Go.
I'll just note for the record that Ms. Hilton stated just a minute ago that she would be willing to put the speaker up closer to the jury, quote, so they can hear whatever they can hear. And that's my argument.
Right, but that's the problem with the quality of videos. Sometimes the ones that were done 3 days ago in a police interview room that's outfitted with appropriate audio, whatever's there is whatever's there, and whatever the jury hears is what the jury hears based on what's there, and that's just a sad fact of life. So your objection is noted for the record. It's overruled. And you're going to start it at the 135 mark? Okay, so we'll go ahead and cue that up at the 135 mark.
It's right.
Okay, so all you have to do is hit play?
Yep.
Okay, so can we have our jury back, Deputy? Thank you.
For fuck's sake.
Okay, thank you, sir.
It's just stupid. This is why I hate the American court. That judge should have said, shut the fuck up, sit down, you know you're lying to me. If you do it again, I will contact your boss and get you reprimanded. Oh, you can hear what they say.
Later on, of course, you got like, you gotta work in the park out, that's your, you know, yeah, I took it with them. I guess they got screwed and whatever. She put it up over there for a while, but they were. And she took long for 3 or 4 days, time to come back, we have information. Then, she can come back, one day, she can give it down on top. All the time about 10 times, this was right around Thanksgiving, I remember that, I was thinking it was 99. You know, I'm gonna say, come back. She doesn't want to be back here, but she stayed with us a week. I guess that was just to get her stuff. And she stayed there. She left again. Come back a couple days later. She come back and it was a long talk that night. The next morning, look, she didn't get our stuff. That she was. I was not in her more train, but I struggled with it. If you got on the 5 point, maybe she could went over.
Because this is the audio. Came back. You can put it closer to the microphone. That'll just blast it out of proportion because the gain is so high on the microphones. I have enhanced this 7 times just to try and catch 1 or 2 of the words. And I'm sitting here with my eyes closed, with my monitors in my ear, and I can't hear shit. I can hear a word every 30 seconds, 45 seconds. I can understand a word. And I can't tell you what the conversation is about. And then she's going to ask this Frodo-looking fella, didn't he say that he took out the saw blade and cut her up in 47 pieces? Yeah, I heard that as well. She got water train all the way up north. And the only reason she gave me to the time is right off the water train. I'm really much about it. I mean, to this day, I'm thinking her sister knows, she never let me on her that. So I don't know if it was guys from before or what, I don't know. So they really would be sporadically, I'll say it's almost, it's almost because it was right around, it was almost Christmas, I remember. Then she, after she left, I didn't hear too much from her for, a couple months, or whatever. Back in, April, the following year, which I guess I got there. And I was coming down this street, almost about the line like that. The right followed the train station, coming up through there, and she was walking the road, and she was in a white girl, on the horse, over 9 degrees around there, But, I thought, and I rode on there, and I got rid of it 50 times on that time. I knew it was, I couldn't believe it. I don't know, I guess my sister did continue to have to do it. You got to have to look and she's right. Yeah, that's all. That was like that got married. Our hair short, not even really. Start smoking, and she told it. It sounds like diarrhea of the mouth. It sounds like shite to me. Yeah, Spire, it is shite. And we're going to listen to this for 20, 30 minutes. But the cop shop needs to do better. I realize it's a 20-year-old recording, but just present transcripts. No, they can't present transcripts because then the defense would have to say, yes, I heard that too. No, I didn't hear that. And then they will have to fight over it. The facts are the facts. The evidence is the evidence. This is evidence that should just be presented. The judge should do what Bev kind of did, only to the defense, then say to the prosecutor, you are not allowed to narrate this. The jury heard what the jury heard, and he's not allowed to testify to it because, after 140, it just became so much clearer.
We stopped and she just wanted to talk. We went back to the area. We're going to do whatever, you know. And every time she was like, no, I'm going to come back home. I was like, we don't need emotions, so whatever we're going to do, just like this, and they're all, just move on. And it looked like they were tracking something on me, but yeah, we're keep up on all that, you know. She just said what was going on. But what happened was, you know, from time to time, I had that kind of thing. She got rid of the guy, right? And so they put up me, like all these people living in one house, if they live in one house. You know, just all about how they go out parties, and everybody all the time. And she got there.
I heard house.
That's what she wanted to do, and she had that was right. She was really smart, she was a lot of smart, she was really intelligent that way, but as far as, you know, she was really naive, you know, I don't know that way, you know, but not quite. I mean, she basically, if you could put an idea in and you would think about it, she would swear that's right. That's, I guess, when she took the problem, she was running away all the time. But she was a real follower. And the dog was working with, I really didn't want to hold my, and it was really just hard for me to sit down and talk. Like that, you know, I was trying to. Like she was trying to go into all, you know, all of the learning that, and I just didn't, you know, I didn't want to know no more than I had no of this. But there's no way I would lose a skin color and all, that's the whole reason I ain't. Everything like that, she just did it, I went to the kid, that's what she did, first time I said that she saw, but I never seen. I've seen her call mom once or twice, I mean, I never see it like that, I couldn't, she said she could send her mom calls and all, I don't know what about it, you know. I don't know. I did not, only I remember for, 135 million white, I remember that. As far as the last name, I think. That she was messing with.
20, 30 minutes.
I
Yes.
she lived in California Live, more there, that's what I wanted. Whenever her mom would say she was coming back with me, when I went there to pick her up, was at California Live. That was where I went to get her. She said that was, you know, that, and she was having an argument with a guy or whatever, right? That's where she just, when she was with him, that's where she was trying. She was all around that area. I mean, we never knew anybody there, you know?
This is Sprinkler.
Well, the only thing that I know that she would like to have been here, that's all I'm thinking, I really don't know. It's just my opinion. If she went through, because this is, she feel like, I'm just now, you know, I get one with the Lord for her, I do like. The only thing I can figure she might have done is changing that, she knows how to do that. And the only thing I can see is that she changing.
We're all on Money G.
Or I guess you just look at the court, or you think, or some kind of, there's another thing you kind of go looking for.
Have you met me? I don't know who anyone is. Apparently, he's from the YSL case. Not a big fan favorite of people who watch that case, and he cleaned up the audio so you can clearly hear what was said. Have any of you seen that video where they interview some people who fought for the Confederates back in the Civil War, where they're talking about how they did the rebel yell? The audio is better in that video, and with people who are, I think they're in their 70s or 80s, that's more clear than this is. And I think that is a recording made in 1910 or something like that.
The man and woman from the door. Okay. Looking for, they're not the same thing, kind of losing direction. She's there, I mean, she's probably around that same area, but I don't know what to do about it. Everybody is, and we didn't have any friends or anything, but we don't. You know, we associated with a whole lot of people. I mean, anybody else, any other family member, we probably know who, anybody that she would talk to, you know, there was sometimes she would talk about with them. And that was, you know, because all we heard everybody, we really did black neighborhood, you know, we had no friends around there. And, you know, we go like get here and stuff like that, and she had all this history. It's my understanding, I have never seen that my little sister and mom told me.
Mama, sister.
My sister is married. Was they had this night or whatever, you know, their favorite, but I didn't see it. But my sister told me that she wasn't going to explain all of what was going on. And this apparently is after she left me. So, I don't think too much of it. What she said. I don't even know if that. Canberra, then it's married. You're not going to see their hair like I mean, and when Pat was said, hey, come on, come on, this, you can ask my sister, you can ask my mom, I thought, oh, I was just around me. I want to say anything under the way, and she was like, you can have to come with it. Anytime I had to do, you know, it was just hard. The only time I really had to get some therapy is my short period of was different. Getting some therapy for this, and that's okay. That's, you know, I don't know if I want to. You gotta, that's really hard. You gotta approach that, that's the way you approach it. Take care of it. Everything you know about it, everything. You gotta learn how to do it, you know, everything. I mean, I don't know. And I mean, I would have called her mom, when talking to him, and every single time in the past, that I've ever seen these people, and then you locked up like 8 times, her husband had stopped and beat the crap out of me, and I was in the parking lot one day. That's the last time I ever seen him, and I'm like, I'm trying to go over there, that's where after you start coming by there, because every time you come out of home, I call the car, and there's a lot of times, I call her to start with you there, I kind of got a person, that this girl and y'all, she wasn't involved with y'all, and mom was, they'll get involved with it, that was all done, and we got to understand that, but at the same time, I kind of wonder what's going on with it. I swear, I believe she's back there for mom. Her mom was making it out like she had a really good relationship with her. She did. They really did. They didn't have.
I love he has done the thing that I do sometimes when Nick talks because no one understands what a Swedish person say. You just do this. Give us back our land. He put on the I'm contemplating or I'm on the crapper face.
I mean, I guess she was trying to build a relationship with her sister. I feel like she would have had her sister a million times before she had this for her mom. The last time I know where her sister was, she was living in Pizza. And I think, and it's my understanding, I don't know for a fact, but it's my understanding her sister moved. But I don't know that. But I mean, these people always hate me. Her sister, they all, and her sister, you look, but her sister is always about that crack. I hope, something she's not on anything bad. But her sister went through one time, and finally with their car, and told all their family that I come over there and got their car one night, and just come up later on with the title on it, come and told them, we had the car. I know it's some part of the living, man, it's really not. I mean, places like that, I don't know if it's little guy or something like his family, I don't think she's good suicide. This girl is really strong. That's one thing I can say about her. She was really, she had the, I don't know what word I'm looking for, she had the endurance, with her sister, she was coming up, her sister, like, had a baby in the bathroom, and just coming like about it, she took the baby in the phone. Melissa found it like 3 days later in the gym bag. That was much out of emotional strain. She was Wolfenbarger, that was best friend. There's nothing every day about it. She had a really strong mentality. I was, I'm actually wrong with her, but I don't know. As far as the label goes, now, she can't be mad at all these people. I don't, what I mean? I don't even know if she got any of these people. Not just something bad to be her husband, it's bad. There's something bad to me. But I swear, I don't know how. I really don't know if her sister put it in the up there, or how she got in the door there, but now, period. We didn't know what she got there. We later on, I made my, had moved it that way, that was not, it didn't have anything to do with her. What name was she, not before she tried to get it? Because, I mean, the simple reason, why did you get with family? Because she can move, she can be important. She knows that, she got the real, she got, she can do it. I thought all of it. I mean, it's like, I think things can be a lot different for you. There's a lot of people, if we say, like, whether it's for a little family, we do whatever, I think something that makes sense, we would a lot of people like that. Oh, what it's good, what it's good, you don't go on in the sheet. how it's faithful to y'all, I mean, how she talk to you, man, you feel like, you know, I mean, I come up, you know, this is the first time I ever really talked with that woman like that. Ever really, she always, it can hate me, it really, she cannot stand me with everything, you know, and I always, you know, this was, earlier we got married, and I will, you know, I called her up and told her about, like, because at that time, she was telling me all everything what, you know, happened and everything. I mean, today was the first one that I really, you know, we really talked, you know, and it just blew me away that they had not talked to her at all. I guess that's why, because I was very in shock, I'm like, there's no way. I used to work with her day when we first got married, and we were.
Work.
If people were real bad time, they did not know anything, the insurance fraud, but, you know, that. They ever come out and accuse you, so they think you did something to her, or, you know, something like that. I haven't talked, I try to stop. I try to avoid people, but if any kind of interaction I've ever had with these people, if you got me beat up, I put them in jail. And for me, I mean, it's kind of a strange thing when, you know, how we even got married, because it's like.
Married.
My mind was just like a old, and like, I hate married this girl, you know, I'm kidding. You know, I mean, it's just crazy. Well, I don't know, I mean, it kind of looked like for a while, if you really learn something about it or whatever, you know, you want to look at it, getting satisfied with it happening, you know, all those things, get it spiritually, that's like you said. You can ask me, you can go to anybody, anything I'm telling you right now, you can ask anyone, anybody that's around me, and they'll tell you the same. I mean, there ain't no way I'm going to talk to you.
You can ask anyone.
So, yeah, you look at another 1.1 in the Congress. So, of course, I'm like, you know, when did you find out that, she was reported this? Or, okay, so that was just like, I think, well, I think the very first time you come out of it, I think you spoke down, I don't remember the correct, I think you spoke on mom, the one like the, showing me like about the whole year. And I gotta tell you right there, that she didn't have a relationship with her mom saying she did, if her mom away the whole year, you know what I mean, there's no way. So that's, you know, that's where this came out, you know, it just looked like a situation where you got somebody that goes off and does whatever they do, you know, maybe a drug addict or something that has, maybe they don't do things, but I thought, you know, it's saying all that, because you have to kind of make it up, you know, you call it more about out, but you don't. But, still, you know, somebody, you know, like this, and I mean, that might have been all the, I was sitting here, and you don't know how long I've been sitting here, just going over scenario, trying to, you know, figure out what it is, especially now, man, it's what it is now. Actually, talking to her mom, she didn't tell her mom. But the only thing which I was sitting there all ill with, is we did this thing, we changed the name and everything, was the only thing I could say is, every time that we had set up, we making money and things, all that, and, you know, so we not, and proud of that, but he was like, you gotta cut off everybody you know that we do wrong. And all that, kind of say that, even if the need is happening, you know, and then she put that, she just, my heart, she knows she was like, but she had to, that's why everybody. But the last time that you saw her, she left for Christmas.
I had better.
February, March, all that, next year. That's good. Work. In fact, it is, get out on the left-hand side. For that picture right there, and I'm gonna look her, and I think there's a picture on him on. Last time she was on grandma, she had short, cut her hair off short, and bright green, and she did that by the time that she got back in, you know, I thought, yeah, they were okay. Yeah, I mean, she's taking she had dyed her hair several months before, but then right before the end, especially when I said the neighbor, her beautiful, white, you know, they look all like, look, she still down and fit out. But she don't do nothing like that. Not like that. That's it, man. And all the time, I'm fed up with it. That's all the time I ever really pursued the quarter. But since it, that's how I don't even try to live it up. All the time. You don't want to, or something like that.
We stopped at 3035 Road.
Thank you.
No further questions.
Mr. McDermott, do you have questions for this witness?
No questions for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Sprinkle. You may step down. Ms. Hilton, the state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state called Rosa James.
Rosie James. Well, at least they didn't ask him to clarify what was said.
2-second, bench.
Sure.
Are we now getting to the domestic violence expert? So we just wasted 20, 25 minutes. Yes, they are trying to prove that there were inconsistent statements in his interviews between where he claimed he saw her the last time. So that's what they tried to prove. Whether they succeeded or not has to do if the court audio just doesn't pick up how great it sounded in the courtroom. And how many times do you think he'll have to object because she's trying to elicit statements that they already talked about? Oh. I heard haircut, I heard parents, I heard I can turn this down again. And that was 7-time boosted audio I had it on. So
Witness stand, ma'am, and when you get there, if you will, before you have a seat, turn around and face the deputy and raise your right hand. He'll swear you in.
Do you swear to affirm to the testimony that you are about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
who the hell is this?
Rosa, R-O-S-A, James, J-A-M-E-S.
Did you already do the instruction, Your Honor?
That my understanding was after you had qualified
Oh, okay.
or attempted to qualify her.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. James.
Good afternoon.
How are you employed?
I'm currently employed, well, self-employed at my consulting company called Sania's Place, LLC. I was going to spell it. SANIYAH Place, LLC.
And if you can,
LC. I was going to spell it. SANIYAH Place, LLC.
and if you can tell the juror your job duties and responsibilities at your consulting firm.
So my job duties as a consultant is I'm a researcher, practitioner, and also a trainer for intimate partner violence and gender-based violence. I also do sexual violence and child abuse. I do trainings, I do presentations, panels, whatever the community needs me to do. And I also do expert testimonies.
And how long have you had your consulting firm?
It's been open since January of 2023.
And if you can tell the jurors, how long have you been in the space of working in intimate partner violence?
I started working in the intimate partner violence movement in 2012.
And just tell the jury about your education, your job training in intimate partner violence.
So I started working in the intimate partner violence movement in 2012 at Harbor House of Central Florida. That is a local domestic violence center in Orlando, Florida. And then I continued throughout and I continued to the Florida Coalition Against Domestic Violence. And then I moved to the Georgia Coalition Against Domestic Violence. And that's how I got to Georgia. My education background, I have a bachelor's of science and legal studies from the University of Central Florida. I have a master's of social work from the University of Central Florida, which is a clinical program. I also am currently finishing up my PhD at Clark Atlanta University in the social work program, policy and organizational leadership. From the Georgia Coalition Against Domestic Violence, I transitioned to the District Attorney's Office as a domestic violence trainer in July of 2019. And then when Madam DA came into office, I became a senior advocate, senior victim witness advocate, the domestic violence trainer, and domestic violence expert.
So you are absolutely
And you said you're
not
currently getting your
unbiased.
PhD at Clark Atlanta.
Clark Atlanta University.
And are you currently at the dissertation stage?
Yes.
What is your dissertation on?
My dissertation is on intimate partner violence, Black women in service delivery of the local domestic violence centers in Georgia.
Now, you said that you served as a trainer at both the Georgia Coalition Against Domestic Violence and the Florida Coalition Against Domestic Violence. If you could tell the jurors, what type of training have you conducted?
So the foundation of the trainings that I conducted at those two coalitions, they statewide coalitions, is I trained advocates to service survivors of domestic violence. And also these trainings lasted 3 days. On top of that, I had to train the community members as far as healthcare, different systems like healthcare, law enforcement, even in Florida.
She has made presentations as interesting as at North Atlanta, 100 Black men, domestic violence not on our watch. Well, she was a panelist. At a Destined to be Free Inc. event, giving a voice to the voiceless, panelist. At the Swan Center for Advocacy and Research Inc. Pandemic Safety Planning Training, she was a speaker. At the Department of Children and Families, Domestic Violence and LGBTQ Community. At the National Crime Prevention Association National Conference, Healthy Relationships. At the Florida Associations of School Resource Officers statewide conference, Preventing Teen Dating Violence. These are the presentations she has done. And you can follow her at Kingdom Connection Radio Show, where she's a domestic violence special guest in April of 2021. And since then, she hooked her wagon to Madam DA, because I found out she wanted to be addressed Madam, and wrote on a social agenda.
Prosecution offices, any community members throughout the state of Florida and throughout the state of Georgia about domestic violence. I also trained advocates on protective orders. In Florida, it's injunctions. We train them how to be legal advocates in a sense where they have to help survivors with their injunctions as far as helping them through the court process. And also I've done trainings on queer community and domestic violence and basically a vast majority of intimate partner violence, child abuse, and how all that relates to gender-based violence.
And over your years of working in the field of intimate partner violence and gender-based violence, have you met with and spoken with victims of intimate partner violence?
Yes, I started, like I said, I started in 2012, and that was immediately contact with survivors and through face-to-face trainings, hotline calls, well over 20,000 contacts with survivors of domestic violence.
And I said victim and you said survivors. Tell me, why do you use the term survivors?
So in our world and in the movement, we use survivor because the survivor.
If you are part of a movement, you are not an expert. You are a biased hack who has a political or social agenda. If you're part of a movement, you should not be allowed to be testifying as an expert because experts has to be objectively looking at problems. This one has no objectivity. She is 100% going to testify that this man is a sexual deviant who mishandled his girlfriend. And thank you, Not Sure, for gifting. No, that wasn't Motorboat Ashley who got it. It was Marasi 83 who got a gifted Broken Baker membership. Thank you so much.
Is a term of endearment, and also some survivors, they use thrivers. They have thrived through the domestic violence. We only typically.
Yes. Femicide and manicide. Men doesn't get killed as much, but men will often kill themselves because of domestic violence. Domestic violence against men is a really, 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 really big problem because it's not okay for a man to talk about because that's not manly. And why didn't you just stop her? You're a man. Because if a man ever touches a woman, he will go to prison. So the really big, never studied problem, because there's never money allocated to figuring out how many men is mistreated in relationships. And there could be an indication because lesbian relationships are the most violent relationships out there, that maybe female has a preponderance more of having these types of relationships and mistreating men. But we just don't know, because men should just shut the fuck up and accept that they are the perpetrators. But yes, domestic violence is really, really bad. But we don't need advocates or movements. We need cold facts that we can make policy over. And that's why this lady, who will do nothing but tell you exactly what the movement says, shouldn't be testifying in any way in a court, because she should go up there, give us the facts, not give us what the movement claims, because that's not helping the victims, male or female, and it's absolutely not in any way useful in this court case.
Use victim in this realm, or where I am in the science realm, in the advocacy realm, if someone has fallen due to domestic violence, a casualty.
And you talked about
yes,
having
but it's just,
20,000 contacts.
we always hear it. It's always men who abuses the children if we have a case, and it's always men who is mean to the women. Trust me, I've seen enough of my buddies end up in bad relationships as well. But it's just more psychological, because you women are smarter than we are.
With survivors of domestic or intimate partner violence, has those interviews and conversations and interactions assisted you in your understanding of domestic violence relationship dynamics?
Yes.
Now, over your course and working in the field as well, have you met and spoken with offenders or abusers?
Yes.
And can you estimate for the jury about how much contact have you had with offenders or abusers?
So I've had a year of contact with what we would call perpetrators or abusers, because I taught in Florida batteries intervention courses. which is a 32-week-long course that the courts in Florida mandate that if you receive an injunction that you must take.
And have those interactions, those trainings informed you regarding your understanding of domestic violence and the dynamics of domestic violence?
Yes, it has.
Have you ever testified in the state of Georgia as an expert in domestic violence?
Yes.
How many times?
So Florida has been 27. I'm about to do the math. I want to say around 47, 48 times in the state of Georgia.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to tender Ms. Rosa James as an expert in domestic violence.
I had an ex who would get very, very, very emotional when we had a fight. And I would do this, put my arms on her and said, you have to come down now. Because she would be flailing, she would be screaming, she would be threatening. And I put my arms on her and said, you have to come down. Have to come down now. We can't do this. We have kids. Relax. That was used against me in the court of law for being violent against her because I laid my hands on her. That's why men never report. 98% of every custody battle is won by females in Denmark.
Domestic violence relationships and domestic violence relationship dynamics.
Mr. Samuel?
We'll reserve voir dire for cross-examination.
Let's see how bad
Okay.
it is.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Samuel, come here, please. Ms. Hilton, y'all both come here. Is to be given only training, just instruct.
Is that no? That's not a septum. But I hate. Again, if you're a professional, don't have those types of piercings. It's just I can't stand it. I'm too old. Yeah, look what happened to Aiden. The fake victim said, well, he attacked me.
The state is offering, excuse me, I'm sorry. The state is offering the testimony of Ms. James as an expert witness. And so at this moment, I'm going to just instruct you generally that people who testify as experts are testifying because the proponent of the evidence believes that they have specialized experience, training, knowledge in a particular field that's not common knowledge or known to the average citizen. And the law permits a person who is testifying as an expert witness to give their opinions based on that training and experience. You are not required to accept the testimony of any witnesses, expert or otherwise, and testimony of an expert like that of all witnesses is to be given only such weight and credit as you think it is properly entitled to receive. Thank you. Please go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. James, can you please define domestic violence for the jury?
Yes, the definition of domestic violence is a pattern of coercive behaviors to gain and maintain control over your partner.
And based on just your training and knowledge, how familiar is the public with the issue of intimate partner and domestic violence?
So the public is familiar with the concept of intimate partner violence, specifically the physical aspect, but the science behind that, the science behind domestic violence, the public typically isn't well versed about what's under the iceberg, typically just above, which is physical violence or any type of sexual violence.
And over the course of the years, has there been some type of increased knowledge with the public as it relates to people watching kind of like true crime television?
Yes, it's specifically, you know, the boom of the internet is information that's there, and through the true crime or any type of documentary, yes, the public can access that information.
However, in your experience, has the knowledge that comes from, say, internet or from podcasts or true crimes, is that the full knowledge or understanding of the science of domestic violence?
No, it is not.
Based on your work in the field, what are some common misconceptions regarding domestic violence?
So the biggest misconception, if the survivor leaves the relationship, the abuse will stop. And that is not true. The data shows that's the most lethal time in the relationship. That is when the survivor is under.
She had left him before. I'm going to have an aneurysm because this is just going to be lying to the jury by having this lady sit and give her agenda. And I'm sorry, I know we have DV victims in chat right now. No, we have family of DV victims in chat right now. This is a mockery for justice. This one is a woman who is hired because the DA has a special policy demand to just write this DV claim in as many cases as possibly. And she's just ticking a box. And this DA is misusing what DV victim goes through because there's no pattern in this. There's no indication anywhere other than they had a volatile relationship, and we don't know really anything other than what she claimed had happened before. We only know of one incident where she told a police officer, he dragged me down the street, and he never saw an injury. Then we have her mom saying she had a long sleeve shirt on. That's violence. And her sister saying, I think she had strangulation marks around her neck, but I couldn't testify to when it was. And we didn't work at the same restaurant for months before she disappeared. I'm sorry, but this is actually making a mockery of real DV victims. This lady was killed. But having this lady sitting here and testifying to the agenda is a political statement from a DA's office who just want to use this as a crutch to get a conviction because, oh, women get beaten. And I bet you this woman won't tell you how many times a man ends in trouble because that's not part of the agenda.
The most danger and most likely to be killed. So that is a misconception. The abuse does not stop just because someone leaves the relationship.
And based on kind of some of the trainings that you've done in your experience,
Oh, yeah,
what
she
are
had
some of the beliefs
sunglasses
about
at
why
some
an
point.
individual may remain in an abusive relationship?
So there's a host of concepts in theories and perspectives of why someone would remain in an abusive relationship. The biggest factor is power and control. This person has exerted power and control, and the victim or the survivor feels as if they have to stay and remain in this relationship. Also, there's a component of fear and protection, protection of children, protection of self, protection of family members. It's many different dynamics of domestic violence why someone would remain in that cycle of abuse.
And are there any research? Is there any research about how long it usually takes a survivor to leave an abusive relationship?
Yes, the research state on average it takes 7 times to fully leave a relationship that is abusive.
How would she be at the Waffle House sleeping with him at the Econo Lodge? And I know he claimed he came up in a Beetle, which he never owned a Beetle, but there's no indication that he was controlling her. I have had a girlfriend, a friend who was a girl, whose ex would check her phone every day she came home from work. Every single day. And we told her, this is absolutely ridiculous. You know he does it to control you. No, he's just it's just because he'd been in a bad relationship before, so he's just making sure that nothing happens, and I'm okay with it. And then she started unfriending people on Facebook, and we were like, oh, what's happening? Yeah, well, he's just, he knows I don't talk to any of you other than I'll like your birthday. It's not like we're DMing or anything, but it's just out of respect for him. I'm trying not to be friends with so many boys. And it took, I think, 7 years for her to finally realize that, well, when he's not drunk, that statement really was bad. That was control. This guy, he let her sleep at the Econo Lodge getting the kielbasa, but he was so controlling. She gave away her children. He didn't stay with the children. He didn't hold the children hostage. So you have to be here with the children, or be with me to see your children. This doesn't fit anything in her theory.
Now, are you familiar with the term or the
I
concept
think
of the
that's
cycle
more
of
likely.
violence?
Yes.
How are you familiar with the cycle of violence?
So the cycle of violence is a cycle that shows how a survivor would remain inside or trapped inside of a abusive relationship with their partner.
And is there a
Easy.
demonstrable that you sometimes use in order to explain the cycle of violence, or it's also called the cycle of abuse.
Yes,
You have permission to approach.
go ahead.
Yeah, the mom had more domestic violence signs than their relationship presented so far.
Yes,
And how do you recognize Stacey exhibit number 79?
this is a cycle of abuse. It's an evidence-based tool we use in our practice to show how survivors stay in relationships.
And will this demonstrative assist you in explaining the cycle of abuse to jurors?
Yes.
You're at this time to state like the Stacey exhibit 79.
Mr. Samuel?
Yeah, and all of this is just,
No objection.
it's just a lesson
79 submitted.
in
Permission to publish.
Permission granted.
domestic violence. When is Miss Hilton gonna pinpoint where she believes there was domestic violence? Oh, the cycle of abuse, where everyone is an abuser. Teresa, that was one of the most polarizing cases we covered
Explaining
on this channel, and I love that we all saw it differently, because I was not guilty as well. Sue was wrong as always, but that's the great thing about my channel. People didn't feel afraid to say, I find her guilty, I find her not guilty, and we had an argument over it, and we all became friends after. Not Sue, but that's what I like, because we're grown-ups and we can see cases with different eyes, and I thought she was not guilty as well.
the demonstrative that's on the screen.
Yeah, so the cycle of abuse, like I stated, is a cycle in which they trap inside of an abusive relationship. And I know that the public is very familiar with some of these terms, such as like, or even the tension building phase, but I want to explain based on a social theory from 1979 of how we see someone staying inside the relationship. With the tension building, right? This is right before the incident.
No physical, economical, it can be humiliation, it could be intimidation, it could be a whole host of things. And it doesn't have to be a physical incident of arrest, right? So that's when the incident happens. In the reconciliation phase, where we're seeing about guilt, right? Sometimes the survivor feels guilt during this phase. This is the phase where I see survivors.
I don't understand. I moved 3,000 miles away from home after marriage. It's a fact of life. I moved 150 kilometers away, which is a long way in Denmark, because she wanted to be halfway between my parents and her parents. But anything is bad in court. Just remember that. Anything you say, anything you do will be held against you.
Survivors wanting to release the charges. This is why I see survivors wanting to recant or even fund the batterers or perpetrators funds, and when they're in jail, this is when the perpetrator either he apologizes or he blames the victim for what happened to them.
She was the one in
And,
prison.
Oh, it wasn't as bad as it was. This is where a lot of the term gaslighting comes in, and it's basically a conversation back and forth between the survivor and the perpetrator where they're getting back into the relationship. It does not have to look like a honeymoon phase where you're getting flowers and all these things. That's why we no longer really use that term anymore, and that's why we use the phase calm. So in this phase, most likely the abuse is forgotten, the incident is forgotten. We just move on with life like this never happened. That's what I see the most in my field, in my personal observation in the field that I work in. It's just forgotten. It didn't take place. These things happen in relationships, we move on. But like I said, it doesn't always look like, oh, you're getting flowers, you're getting presents and gifts, and it's all love. It doesn't always
think
look
she
like
got.
that. Sometimes it just looks like we're moving on.
No, I
with
think
life.
she's still in the appeal
And
phase.
you kind of talk about in the incident phase, it can be verbal, emotional, and physical. Is it usually one of those three, verbal, emotional, or physical?
It could be a whole host of things. It doesn't always have to be fit into that box, because domestic violence is not a box. Every relationship looks different. Every incident looks different.
Now, in the field, is there also a concept of the power and control wheel?
Yes, the power and control wheel was created in 1980. It's a qualitative tool where 300 survivors were interviewed, and we use ground theory, which is a themes theory, to find different themes, well, similar themes, to create this wheel to show the tactics of the perpetrator.
And have you used a demonstrative power and control to explain how an abuser will exert power and control over a survivor?
Yes.
Now I'm gonna show you what's the mark in State Exhibit number 75. Do you recognize State Exhibit number 75?
No, because
Yes.
this lady hasn't looked at any of the facts in the
It is
case.
a power and control will.
And would that help you today in your testimony and explain to the jury the power and control that abuser uses in a relationship?
Yes.
I'm here this time to state like the State Exhibit 75.
This is a demonstrative exhibit?
Yes, sir.
No objection, using it as a demonstrative exhibit.
Exhibit 75 is admitted for demonstrative purposes.
Thank you.
Well, this one has an agenda, no, a movement. This is the one where every man is.
Looking at State's Exhibit number 75. Okay, let me remove them. If you can, and what I'll do is I'll navigate over here. Just tell me when I need to go up or down. So go down.
Oh, for fuck's sake, what happens to the
To
audio?
show, like the contributing factors and okay. Oh, that's
All right.
Mhm.
Okay. So if you can explain kind of the wheel, it's up, and if you could, you may have to step down just because it might not be able to on this thing. Yeah. So explain to the jury what.
Yeah, and that's sadly what domestic violence has become, because there is a movement. When you see this wheel of domestic violence, everyone is a victim. Isn't that grand? Because then you can always use it against a defendant.
So I want to explain to you all what this wheel is, but I want to tell you why it's structured this way. So on the outside, so first, this isn't the first wheel. This wheel has evolved since 1980. And the reason why I use this wheel, because it's a very much gender neutral wheel, because we understand that domestic violence isn't just gender from man and woman, right?
Oh.
It is a whole host of genders, a whole host of communities that suffer from intimate partner violence. And it's structured this way because the physical and sexual violence is seen. Those are things that can be seen, so that's why they're on the outside of the wheel. And these are systems that contribute to intimate partner violence, right? Systems, isms, and things I train about when I'm out in the community trying to help people understand how these different systems could trap someone in a relationship, right? So on the inside, we're gonna start with using intimidation. On the inside, these are factors or tactics you may not see when you approach a survivor of domestic violence. You may not see intimidation. Mind you, these are all inside the spokes.
Can you still hear the audio? Because then I'll keep the power wheel on the screen so you can see it. Oh, well, I thought I was going to be smart, but I wasn't. Sorry. You can go back and listen to this lady now, because
In that moment, as a form of power and control. Using isolation. This is very important because this happens very early in the relationship. They isolate
I love that it's gender neutral. One of them is using male privilege.
you to them and their support system, right? They don't want you to have any outside friends. They don't want you to have any outside family. They don't want you to have sisters, sorority sisters, or whatever is your support system. Sometimes this transfers, like it's parallel to economic abuse, right? Your livelihood. So what I see a lot in isolation is survivors being pulled away from their family, right? Being moved across the country, or being told that it's abnormal to speak with your family members every day, right? They're trying to reduce your access to people so that others on the outside don't see the abuse that's going on inside the home. Minimize it, right? It wasn't that bad. What are you talking about? I'm minimizing the joke. I'm minimizing what took place, specifically on the cycle of abuse incident. There's a minimization going on during the reconciliation phase. It wasn't that bad. You made it look like it was the end of the world, and it was. Using children. That is a major, major part of why a lot of survivors stay in relationships, because they want to protect their children, right? That is just the natural part of being an adult. And sometimes when there's a separation, because this abuse can continue outside of the relationship. The relationship could end, but if you have that connection with children,
We can start.
Well, this is from the National Domestic Violence Hotline. So you can ask yourself why the National Domestic Violence Hotline, who is probably government funded, only use her and male privilege. Male privilege. I remember my male privilege when I got drafted to the army. I remember my male privilege when I lost custody over my kids just because she said so. We men have it better than anyone.
Using the children as a go-between. We can start using the children as someone else to continue the power and control and abuse. We can also use children to harass family members, use children to indirectly affect their livelihood, right? Calling their place of employment and things of that nature. Now we use privilege. So this was changed to use.
When you go through this,
We can use the Bible, we can use someone's
if you
race.
go through the timeline, Lexi the Law Nerd have made a timeline on her Twitter thread. That's why I asked if she was here earlier, because I would like to steal her homework again. You can see a big indication of how she was domestic violated, because she was locked in her room for 4 or 5 years.
Culture, privilege can look a lot of different ways. In economic abuse, I always talk about.
I know, Zach, but you pay her to do that.
You must have control of all the money. You must make the most money. No, it could simply be tampering with a survivor's car so that they can't go to work, right? Ruining credit, continuously getting evicted, invasion of accounts. It could look any way, but the whole goal is to take control of your economic livelihood. Using coercion and threats. That's in the definition. I'm going to coercion to stay in this relationship. Coercion is really used a lot in the queer community. I'm going to out you.
Why are we talking about the queer community now? And it's not me cutting the audio, it's called.
This bill, the healthy relationship bill, we have so many different bills out right now, but it is the same concept, power and control.
Thank you. And in every abusive relationship, will you see every tactic used?
No.
In order to define a relationship as an abusive relationship, does there have to be like a magic number of events or physical violence or a certain amount of times that someone uses ice?
She has no information about this case. She just works for the DA's office, so they could just say, could you look at this case file and make a profile to see how it fits? It would fit, because everything fits within the power control wheel. And then she could come in and testify, but the facts doesn't fit in this case. And the defense could then also say, did you read about her upbringing in the house? Would you call that a power and control house where she got beaten by her dad and locked in with her mom? What, if any, influence would that have on this woman's life? And this lady would have said,
Isolation to define that this relationship is domestic violence?
No.
How do you distinguish in the field, say, an isolated incident from a relationship that would be considered a domestic violence relationship?
So to explain an isolated incident, we look back at the definition of domestic violence. The definition is a pattern of coercive behaviors to gain and maintain control. That's what it is. And if there is a pattern.
Is it coercive? Is that the right word?
It doesn't take, it's an indefinite number, right? We don't have a certain number. We don't have a certain theme for it to fit in. As long as it fits under that definition and that survivor is explaining that relationship from beginning to end or in the middle, patterns of coercive behavior to gain and maintain power and control, or for the perpetrator to exert power and control, we define that as a domestic violence relationship.
Now, is there any literature regarding the various roles an abuser can play during a domestic violence relationship?
Yes. So there is trainings and information out there about men who batter, right? But we still use that foundation for all genders. And in that training and in that information,
the roles that a perpetrator will play to gain and maintain that control is the hero, the judger, or the victim. In that relationship, we see that theme continuously circling and circling to show power and control against their intimate partner.
Okay, so you said it's the hero, the judger, and the victim.
Yes.
Can you explain the hero role?
So the hero usually shows up first, right? I'm saving you from your family. I'm saving you from your friends. I'm saving you from economic depression. I'm saving you from food insecurities. I am here to be a savior, to push you forward in life, right? And there's no infinite time on how long that will last. But yes, I'm the hero. I'm here to save this family, and I'm here to save you from yourself. When we think about the judger, let's go back to the hero. I have saved you. And then as the judger, you may say, the survivor may say, oh, now I want to connect with my family again. I feel like it's time. I think forgiveness is the right answer. Then I'm going to judge you for that, right? No, why would I save you from them? Why would you go to some place where they hurt you? Why would you interact with people who harmed you? I saved you from that. So I'm judging you in that because I don't want you to go over there, right? I want to maintain that power and control. So I'm judging everything you do when it comes to seeking outside support. And then the victim is, this is a basic answer of the victim. The survivor is now, perpetrator is like the perpetrator playing the victim. The survivor says, I'm leaving the relationship. This is not healthy for me. And then
an Emmy is going to come in. This lady is just here to educate you on domestic violence. Not in any way is this tailor-made to fit this case. The hero who saved her from the family, and then, the one who wouldn't let you go back because they were judging you. Let me guess, Miss Hilton is going to bring out how he first came and saved her from her family. And then when he had saved her and taken her away, he was always making sure she never got back to her family, even though she was in constant contact with them, according to her mom, and only left small notes over there. I'm betting if we follow right along, this lady have been given a script where she have to say it in a specific way, because this will line up exactly with Miss Hilton's closing statement. Because this is a case about domestic violence, because we have fuck all evidence of anything else.
we play the victim role. Like, what did I do to you? I saved you, and now you're trying to leave me. I deserve closure. I deserve these things because I'm the victim here, and you're leaving me for no reason, right? You're leaving me for no reason. I did all these things for you. It exerts this level of guilt that can keep a survivor in the relationship as well.
Is it unusual for a victim of domestic violence to remain in a relationship with the abuser after the abuser physically assaults them?
It's not unusual.
They had a fight.
And why is it common?
So we go back to coercion, we go back to reconciliation.
Isn't it coercion?
It wasn't that bad. You did this to me. We could make this work. Everyone has heard the term, this will never happen again, right? So it's a level of guilt that the survivor is hearing, or a level of happiness because, wow, they've told me that this won't happen again. This person is actually owning up to what they did, and now we can move forward in a relationship.
Same question. Is it unusual for a victim of domestic violence to remain after someone verbally abuses or verbally assaults?
I always said it's
yes,
coercion.
it's very common for someone to stay.
Is it for the same reason that you kind of just discussed?
Yes. Or even sometimes survivors blame themselves when it comes to verbal abuse or emotional abuse. Like, I deserve that. I really was acting that way.
Is it unusual for a victim of domestic violence not to pursue criminal charges in a case?
It's not unusual.
Ms. Hilton, are you done with that exhibit?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes,
That's
Your Honor.
okay. If you could take down your screen share.
Yes. And is it unusual for a victim, for a survivor of domestic violence to withdraw or ask for a temporary protective order to be dismissed or withdrawn?
It's not unusual.
Why not?
I want to go back to the reconciliation, but when we're reconciling, right? So the survivor may believe the perpetrator has changed. This is not necessary. This is we're overdoing it, right? Yeah, I believe that this is way too much. Like, I believe that you're going to co-parent appropriately, and we don't need all these parameters. You could be coerced into that, or a survivor can say, well, we're always going to have they told me that we're always going to have a third party when exchanging children. We're always going to, this person is not going to do these things alone with me anymore. So of course, I don't need this level of protection anymore.
And I use the term a temporary protective order Can you define what a temporary protective order is?
So in Georgia, a temporary protective order is what the community would know as a restraining order, that you can't be within X amount of feet of me. You cannot be alone with me. You cannot be within X amount of feet. You cannot contact me indirectly or directly. You cannot use family members, friends, siblings to send messages. This is a complete stop of communication.
And in Georgia, to get a temporary protective order, is that a civil hearing? Like, are both
Still remember, she's not talking about Melissa because she knows nothing about this case. It will just exactly line up with Hilton's closing arguments.
parties present when at a civil hearing to get a temporary protective order?
Yes, so you're going to have a plaintiff and defendant, but it's a civil proceeding. It does not turn criminal until that protection order is violated. But it's a civil proceeding. It is done in front of a, depending on the county, a family court judge, or done in the protective orders office to have due process, because the defendant of that temporary protective order gets to deserve, constitutionally rights. They are able to do due process.
Now, earlier we talked about kind of isolation as it relates to the power control wheel. Hypothetically, if an abuser or perpetrator moves a victim to a location where she's unfamiliar, has no friends or family, can that be a form of isolation?
Yes.
But
How can that be a
everything
form of
can.
isolation?
Come on now.
So that can be a form of isolation because you are moving that survivor away from their support system. You are now around my family and friends, and they will be your influence at that time. So you have no immediate access to any support system when you're moved up and rooted from a place you know and are familiar with to somewhere that's new.
Hypothetically, if an abuser moves a victim to a neighborhood, or a perpetrator, moves a victim to a neighborhood for which he's familiar, he has friends, he has family in that neighborhood, he has neighbors in that neighborhood, and he never introduces his significant other to those individuals, can that be a form of isolation?
Yes.
How?
So that's a form of isolation where you are keeping the survivor in the home or away from the community so that the survivor cannot even create their own community, right? You typically, when someone moves to a new community, you end up creating your own community, right? If you don't know anyone, you would be introduced as someone's spouse, and then typically in a healthy relationship, that spouse gets to navigate that neighborhood, join committees, or do whatever they need to do to feel comfortable.
Again, doesn't know anything about the case, but she was isolated in the community. Or maybe the street lady was out soliciting sodomy, and that's why she didn't see her. No, but they claim it's because of domestic violence.
We talked about isolation, and if an abuser isolate you? Strike that. If an abuser isolates you from your children, can that be a form of control?
Yes.
Are there times when a perpetrator uses family members to kind of step into the place to exert power and control over a victim?
Yes.
How can that happen?
So specifically, if you're isolated to your partner's family members, they can use coercion as well. They can use the children. They can use these same tactics of emotional abuse and minimizing and threats to keep you in that abusive relationship. They're just doing it from the outside, but they can still be enablers. They can enable the perpetrator's behavior and use the same exact tactics that a perpetrator would use to keep you in that relationship.
In your experience, if a survivor is being abused and maybe her family members, family members maybe see signs of that abuse and they want to confront the abuser, and the survivor stops them from confronting.
K-Squared, you're using what's called simple logic. And you can't use it in this case. She worked with her sister, but she was isolated from her family. She worked night shift. That's why she probably... I used to work nights as a baker. I would go to work at 2 a.m. in the morning. So I went to bed somewhere around 9 o'clock at night, and then I'll sleep to 1:30 and go to my job. Then I came home, I'll go to bed and sleep till 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. People wouldn't see me that much. They would see me on the weekends. But because you're working nights, you are a domestic violence victim. All of this is just so Miss Hilton can use it in her closing argument, saying Miss Screed never saw her. Well, she saw her when she had one kid, so she must have been living there for 2 years because she had 2 kids she gave away. But case squared, stop using logic.
The abuser. In your experience, what are some of the reasons that the survivor will not want a family member to, say, confront or approach an abuser?
Your Honor, I object to individual instances of her experience.
Sustained. You can rephrase if you'd like. Sure.
Hypothetically speaking, if a survivor does not want her family member his or her family member to approach or to speak with an abuser, is that a form of self-protection?
Yes.
How?
So when we think about the dynamics of domestic violence, when we have outside family members approaching the perpetrator, the survivor is going to take the brunt of the blame for that family member or friend approaching and accusing or exposing domestic violence, right? Specifically if the survivor is still living in the home. So it is a form of protection. And it also can be a form of protection for the children.
Now, as it relates to this case, what, if any, information did you have as it relates to this particular case here?
I don't have any information. As an expert, I come in blindly because I'm here to stay within the psychoeducation and the science of domestic violence.
Let me ask you this. Did you know that this was a murder case?
Yes.
Did you read any police reports as it related to this case?
No.
Did you view any temporary protective orders as it relates to this case?
No.
Did you listen to any interviews as it relates to this case?
No.
I like that she had a hard time answering fast because she did see this. It's full of bullshit. And of course, she's not an expert. She is an activist. And how many male survivors has she worked with? Men can't be victims of domestic violence. That's why the National Center for Domestic Violence makes sure to put him in every time it's a perpetrator and her every time it's a victim. Even though the most violent relationships are her relationships.
Did you interview anyone as it relates to this case?
No.
Yes.
You spoke about earlier that you've been qualified as an expert in Georgia in about 47 cases. In those previous cases, have you had substantial information about those cases when you testified?
No.
Can you tell the jurors about being a
Well, she went to school and became a social worker.
So
What?
a general expert?
General expert? I don't know what that means, Your Honor.
Sure.
I guess that's why she's asking the question.
Why is it that you choose to have minimal information about the case?
I have minimal information because as an expert, I am not here to diagnose domestic violence, and I'm not here to prove guilt or innocent. I am an expert. I'm a social scientist on intimate partner violence, and that's all I can offer the court.
Okay. Are you getting paid to testify today?
Yes.
How much are you being paid?
$250 per hour.
And she's a government worker. She works for
And was your testimony
the
to based
DA's
on your
office,
education
gets
experience
$250
working
an
with
hour.
domestic violence survivors?
Yes.
Courtroom back here for a moment.
Sure.
Let me ask you this. Hypothetically, if a survivor gives full custody of her children to the perpetrator's mother, can that in some way be used to exert some form of power control over a perpetrator?
Your Honor,
I mean, over a survivor.
This is absolutely, you are,
I object to this kind of using evidence and posing it as a hypothetical to specifically ask her opinion of that specific conduct.
we,
Overruled. Go ahead.
you ruled against this
Yes.
yesterday, Your Honor.
Hypothetically, if a survivor gives
This is Elaine all over again. Just because I say, what if any, I can lead, and I'm a fucking god.
full custody of her children to a perpetrator's mother, can that be used in some way to exert some form of power and control over that survivor?
Yes.
How?
So if the perpetrator's parents now have the children, they have control of the children. They make choices for the children, and that leaves the survivor powerless in that situation unless the survivor navigates to comply with the current guardian's requests, the current guardian's
It's sadly not him who
recommendations.
did the objection.
It could lead to an imbalance of power from that parent. So yes, that can be definitely a form of exerting power and control.
Course indulgence.
Sure.
Yeah, she was very isolated at Waffle House
Thank you. No
with her
further-
sister.
Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Samuel, questions for this witness?
I want to mess up my other thing.
Morning. Good afternoon, Ms. James.
Good afternoon.
Not doctor yet, right?
Almost.
Almost.
So
When
not.
will you be doctor?
May of 2026.
Excellent. You and I met only once before, right?
Yes.
A couple weeks ago. In this courtroom, right?
Yes, about a week ago.
I'm going to ask you some of the same questions as Ms. Hilton. First of all, you actually worked at the Fulton County DA's office for quite some time, right?
Yes.
How many years were you working there?
I started work in July of 2019 and I left in January of 2023.
Okay, so 4-ish years.
Yes.
Okay. And did you work with Ms. Hilton during that time?
Yes.
With Mr. Fawcett or Mr. Wilson?
No.
Okay. How many times have you worked with Ms. Hilton in a case?
So in the victim advocate role, we were assigned certain courtrooms. So I would only work with Ms. Simone if she was doing a case, if she was assigned to that courtroom or a case to that courtroom. And also she was a deputy, what we would call the deputy district attorney for the domestic violence unit. So she had minimal interaction with the bulk of the cases.
Asking you for a number somewhere between X and Y.
I
Can't
really,
okay.
I can't really define a number.
That's
Yeah.
not a problem. How many times have you testified as an expert in one of her cases?
I believe once.
Okay. Of the 47 times that you testified in Georgia, were they always for Fulton County,
No.
percentage-wise?
If we're looking at a percentage, most, I would say maybe 95%
We're Fulton
Oh.
County.
were Fulton County.
All right, so 95% of
This is, we see this all the time in social work in Denmark. In Denmark, we have a lot of this, okay, you might be on the verge of having to go on early disability, but we're doing these different things to try and get you back into the job market. The people who run these courses that the government pay a lot of money for are all former social workers who knows exactly who to call at the local board who gives away licenses to that. Everyone. Absolutely not because they know them and they get special treatment so they can get these massive incomes out of doing almost nothing. But this is what you do. You get in with the crowd and you show them, I can say what you want, and then you make a private practice and they will feed you. You will live off the government teat. She's getting $250 an hour to sit and say absolutely ridiculous stuff. And she does that for Fulton County in 95% of her casework because she kissed enough ass when she was working for the DA's office. This is why cases go like this. This is the corruption that happens in everyday Denmark, America, all over the Western world. It's not the, hey, I'm going to pay you to give me this building permit. No, it's shit like this. You go in, you work for 5 years for some public something, kiss ass, and then you have their phone. They have your phone number when they need an expert. This is utterly ridiculous. A woman like this should be barred from working in this role in this county for the first 5 years after she left her previous position.
47 would be, I don't know, 45, something like that?
But also one of those cases was with the defense.
Okay. So there's only one occasion where you ever testified for the defense?
In Fulton County.
Yeah, her topic could be real. The problem is she's using it for an agenda. And that's the problem. She's an advocate. She's not a scientist.
And all the other times you were testifying either for Fulton County or, I don't know, the Cobb somewhere? correct?
Rephrase.
Well, I was just trying to do the arithmetic, but you said 47 times. One time you testified for the defense. The other, whatever, 44, 45 times you testified for the prosecution, and almost all in Fulton County.
That would be
Yes.
46 times.
And so you're being paid now to be an expert instead of being a member of their staff and just coming in and testifying. They, meaning the prosecutors. Now you went out on your own and you get to bill for your time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you bill for all your time or just when you're sitting in the chair?
I bill for all my time.
Okay. So when we're late starting court in the morning and you have to sit out there, you bill $250 for that too?
Yes.
Okay. We'll have to remember that, Your Honor. Do you know how much you've been paid, how much you've billed in this case, or how much your hourly has been in this case so far?
Not yet.
Well, I know you haven't finished yet, but estimate the amount of hours you've put into preparing to testify in this case.
I would say estimated 3 or 4.
Okay. And you met with Ms. Hilton, obviously, correct?
Yes.
She reviewed the questions she was going to ask you.
Yes.
She reviewed the hypothetical she was going to ask you.
Yes.
She told you, I'm going to ask you in particular about isolation, and she said, I'm going to ask you in particular about the family, you know, having custody of the children, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you told her what your answers were going to be when she asked you those questions, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did she ask you any questions? I'm curious in preparing that you said, no, I'm not going to be able to help you on that.
No.
Okay. So she would say, I'm going to ask you X and Y and Z and A and B, and you said, yeah, I can help you with all those things.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a few different times and in a few different ways about your knowledge of the facts of this case. But before I do that, I'll probably end just like Ms. Hilton did with that. Your testimony, in essence, is an opinion based on a lot of experience in teaching and meeting with people and reading about the characteristics of abusive relationships, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You said, I wrote it down, that you can't put abusers in a box. I'm not talking about punishment, talking about, one size fits all doesn't work, does it?
Yes.
That's correct, right?
Yes.
I asked a negative. That if you looked at did you say thousands maybe, or hundreds of abusive relationships you've looked at, more than just, a little bit, they're all different, right?
Yes.
Okay. Every relationship is unique, right?
Yes.
The abusers, and I'll just say the partners, whether they're gay, or lesbian, or trans, or male, female, or whatever, they can be wealthy and still have an abusive relationship.
Yes.
They can be poor, poverty-stricken, and still have an abusive relationship.
Yes.
There can be a family of history of abuse, a family history of abuse. In other words, generation to generation, correct?
Yes.
Sometimes you'll see partners for whom both sets of parents were in fact abusive, right?
Yes.
But sometimes you'll see partners for whom the parents, there's no evidence of any history of abuse in the generation above the one that you're looking at, right?
Yes.
Some parents, again, I'm talking parents of the partners, are abusive to each other, right?
Yes.
Some parents are abusive to their children, correct?
Yes.
Including the people you look at who then become the partners in the abusive relationship.
Rephrase.
Okay, I've got two generations
Yes.
here. I got the generation above the partners being, however you want to characterize them, whether man, woman, or whatever, abuser and what was the other word? Driver, you said? What was you said instead of victim, we call them
Survivors.
Survivor, and so I'm looking at the generation above. Sometimes they're abusive to each other.
Because his clothes is so wrinkly.
Right?
Yes.
And both the abuser and the survivor may think of their parents and think, this is normal. This is how I was brought up in my family, and justify it in their head, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
And so what I was asking then was, is it sometimes the case that the parents of either the abuser or the survivor are abusive to that person?
Yes.
So abuse isn't always just limited to same generation, if you will.
No.
You can be abusive to your children, whether your children are adults or teenagers, or you can be abusive to your grandparents, right?
Yes.
Everyone's abusive. You get an abuse.
Some parents spank their children, some parents don't spank their children, right?
Yes.
We wouldn't call that abuse unless it went overboard, correct?
I can't define that in this context.
Okay, not a problem.
Yeah.
I guess some parents are.
No, he's implying that she was abused by her parents, and that's why she ran away. I like where he's taking her, because he's going to take her down that rabbit hole, and she's going to say yes to everything on the way down there, and then she's most likely going to say no.
Guilty of crimes, right? Parents of the partners you're looking at.
Yes.
You ever had a case, or do you have any experience in a case where the partners, the alleged abuser and the alleged survivor, the people you're looking at, that one of them is the child of a serial murderer?
No.
Would that be unusual?
I can't answer that in
Would
this
that fit?
context.
I'm sorry.
I can't answer that for you. I'm sorry.
Would that fit the dynamic that you're looking at, or would that be kind of outside the wheel and have to try to figure out what's going on there?
It sounds like out of the scope.
Yeah.
So
Some people run away from home at a young age, teenagers, right?
Yes.
Some people marry at a very young age, 16, 17 years old, right?
Yes.
Some people don't. Some people get married late in life, right?
Yes.
Some people are suffering from PTSD, perhaps veterans, right?
In general, yes.
Okay.
It's a diagnosis.
Yeah. And PTSD can be caused by a variety of things, correct? Not just being in Afghanistan, but maybe from your upbringing, correct?
I'm hesitating to answer that because I don't practice. I don't do clinical practice in Georgia. I'm not licensed in Georgia to do clinical. I'm only licensed in Florida. That's why I'm hesitating to kind of answer that, because I don't want to be unethical in the state of Georgia when it comes to like diagnoses and mental health and a DSM-5.
Let me put you at ease a little bit. I'm not going to ask you for a diagnosis today. You're not going to be sued for malpractice for anything.
I don't want to.
Just in general, I'm not a doctor either. PTSD can be the result of all kinds of different kinds of trauma, correct?
Yes.
Post-traumatic, right?
what did she mean out of scope? It's because the scope is based on the people we search. Not a lot of people have serial killer parents. So that's why that wouldn't be a factor you put into the scope, because it would be an outlier.
Yes.
It could be something that happened in your childhood. It could be something that happened when you were a teenager. It could be something that happened when you were in the military, right?
Yes.
All those things can create PTSD. Is PTSD something that you see in your experience being part of the dynamic, the wheel, if you will?
No.
Okay. You don't see people who are suffering from mental health problems?
So when we talk about the definition of domestic violence, we practice as it is a choice. I'm trying to make sure I stay ethical.
Yeah, sure.
We practice it as a choice, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm asking is...
So you choose to be an abuser.
I apologize if my question was lousy, but either the abuser or the survivor might be suffering from mental health issues, correct?
Possibly.
Okay. If you look for the root cause of abuse, it might be, for example, infidelity.
The root cause, what we study is under the definition is exertion of power and control.
Well, that is the abuse. But the cause, if we treat it as something that's caused by something, either you're at least close to being a doctor. I'm nowhere close to being a doctor. Something causes either the person to be the abusive partner, and something causes the survivor to be susceptible to being. I'm not asking what abuse is. We'll get to that. I'm asking what causes it.
What causes is a choice. There's no diagnosis for domestic violence. There's no root causes of domestic violence. It is one individual making a choice that they believe is right to exert power and control over their partner.
Does the age and duration of the relationship have an impact on what would lead to abuse?
No.
There may be problems with alcohol.
Yes.
There may be problems with drug abuse.
Within the relationship, yes.
Huh?
Oh, within the relationship, yes.
And there may be other, as I said, mental health issues involved that you have to deal with in the relationship.
Personally, each individual, they may have their own.
Right. You don't believe, and I think you said this to Ms. Hilton, that all abusive relationships are the same either.
Yes, they're all, each one is unique.
Right. Some may be more physically abusive, some may be more emotionally abusive.
Yes,
No expert would ever claim that all abusive relationships have the same characteristics or the same causes, correct?
correct.
Your wheel, for example, that we had on the screen for a while.
That's the
Remember this?
beauty about
This is
theory.
demonstrative exhibit 75. I don't think we need to put it
Everyone's
on the screen
abused.
again, but I bet you've memorized this, haven't you?
Yes, it's one of my tools. So
Yeah. How often have you used this in court?
many times.
The wheel, each of the pie pieces, right? The wheel looks like a pie, kind of, right?
The spokes.
You
Yes.
call them spokes, but I'm looking at the triangles as pieces of pie. Maybe that's because I'm thinking of food. But.
Sure.
And each of these pieces of pie have lists of examples of how intimidation is used, how emotional abuse is used, isolation, minimizing children, privilege, economic abuse. Did Ms. Hilton review this with you and say, let's see how many of these factors we can find in our case?
No.
Have you talked to her about it before?
I spoke with her about the power and control wheel. Yes.
Okay. Did she talk to you about the fact that we are not involved in this case with ruining or destroying property? Are you aware of any evidence of that in this case, either through hypothetical questions or what you were told by the DA's office?
No, I'm not aware of any of
Anything
that.
to do with abusing pets?
I'm not aware of any.
Anything dealing with displaying weapons?
No.
Are you aware of any weapons in this case at all?
No, I'm not aware.
Okay. Are you aware of anything involving humiliation or playing games or anything like that?
No.
Are you aware of anything involving controlling what you do and what you read? Anything like that? Huh?
No.
Yeah. Are you aware of anything about joking about abuse? Do you know anything about that, or any hypotheticals asked you about that?
No, I don't know any.
Anything about shifting blame onto you?
No.
Anything about making you feel guilty about your kids?
No.
You know how old the kids are in this case?
No.
You know how old they are? You talked about a hypothetical of placing kids with the supposed abuser's parents as being a sign of control. How about if the kids are like 6 months old and they're placed with the man's parents?
I have no knowledge of how old the kids are in this case.
Any evidence of using a 6-month-old or a 1-year-old to relay messages?
No.
Using visitation?
No.
I'm kind of going through your wheel, but you know that, right? Any evidence of treating the person like a servant?
No.
Being the one to define gender roles?
No.
Using race, culture, religion, or citizenship against one another?
No.
Preventing anybody from getting a job?
No.
Are you aware that Ms. Wolfenbarger was working at Waffle House?
No. I don't know.
You were asked about isolation. Would you describe isolation as having an outside job, having friends, having your sister working with you? Is that isolation?
Depending on depending on what the domestic violence looks like. Like I said, every
Everything
relationship
is
is unique.
different, and
Isolation
everyone is an abuser.
doesn't fit in a box, so it has to be one thing.
Right. But if the point of isolation is to prevent you from having, recourse to friends or communities, I think you said committees or whatever it is, you have a sister, you have a job, you have coworkers, that's not isolation, is it?
It could be for some relationships. I don't know any examples of that.
Okay.
I haven't interviewed anyone in this case.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with hypotheticals is if you add a few more facts, they get more and more confusing, right?
No.
Well,
What?
I just gave you more facts dealing with isolation. You said, well, I just don't know about that.
It wasn't confusing. I said that I haven't interviewed anyone in the case. So I just can't speak to that.
Well, I'm not asking about your experience. I'm asking about your expertise. Would you describe that as being isolation?
It all depends on the nature of the relationship. Isolation isn't just one thing. I haven't interviewed anyone, so
Another
I can't
guy. Is that
answer
isolation?
that question.
Okay. The cycle of abuse, which is Exhibit 79. Have you heard any evidence of a breakdown in communication? This is the tension building, number one. You heard any evidence about that or any hypotheticals about that?
No.
Have you heard any evidence of blaming, threats, intimidation, number two?
No.
Number three, abuser apologizes. Any evidence of that in this case that you know of?
No.
Gives excuses, blames the victim, denies abuse or anything like that?
No,
The fourth stage, calm? Any evidence of any of that in this case?
I don't have any evidence of this case. I haven't read any police reports. I haven't interviewed anyone. I'm not here for guilt or innocent. I'm just giving the science of what these tools mean and answering the hypotheticals as I'm asked.
Would you agree with me that many people who commit the crime of murder are not involved in an abusive relationship?
I can't answer that question because I don't know. I don't know.
You are aware from your experience that many people who are in an abusive relationship don't commit murder.
Yes.
Well,
I know you say you know none of the facts in this case, but you know some by virtue of the fact of the hypotheticals that Ms. Hilton said, these are the ones I'm going to use. Do these work? You know, can we use these, right? So you know from her preparing you that these are going to be the facts of the case. She wouldn't be asking you about something totally relevant, would she?
No.
Okay. Did you tell her to change any of the hypotheticals to
No.
make them?
Okay.
Okay.
No.
Fine, good enough. I think you said you have no opinion whatsoever about this case, right?
I was called to do the science. I can't diagnose domestic violence. I can't do guilt or innocent. I'm not, I'm not a prosecutor or someone of the court.
I mean, I understand that, and I appreciate it. The point is that your testimony is just general observations about the way lots of different relationships that are bad exist, right?
No.
I use too many words that aren't appropriate, right? There are abusive relationships involving power and control. Your testimony focuses on that, but you don't know anything about this case, right?
No.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And as Ms. Hilton said, you haven't read a single police report, right?
No.
If I it's the problem with a negative question. That's correct, right? You haven't read a police report.
No, I haven't read a police report.
These jurors have heard, I don't know, a dozen witnesses. You didn't hear any witnesses at all, correct?
No.
You've not talked to the detectives in this case?
No.
Or the medical examiners?
No.
Family members of the people involved?
No.
Either the defendant or Ms. Melissa Wolfenbarger, correct?
No, I'm not an investigator. No.
Right. You haven't talked to her. Have you learned anything about her parents and her family and her upbringing?
No.
Even from watching a little TV or learning a little bit about the case?
No.
No idea?
I have no idea.
Okay. All right.
she had a meeting with the DA's office, was told what hypothetical questions she was going to be asked so she could answer them. But even though she lives in Georgia, where this case is really, really big right now and got a lot of attention, she absolutely ever, no way heard about anything. I would trust Sue over this woman. I said it. I would even go as far. No, I wouldn't trust a Swede.
You haven't talked to me about this case, right?
No.
We had one brief court appearance together last week, but other than that, you and I don't know each other at all, right?
No.
Okay. Those are all the questions I had.
Ms. Hilton, anything else?
Now, Mr. Samuel asked about different parts of the cycle of abuse. Could arguing be something that occurs in the tension building phase?
Yes.
Loud arguing, could that be something in the tension building phase?
Yes.
What about dragging of hair? Could that be something that be in the physical abuse or incident part of the cycle of abuse?
Yes.
What about dragging someone up the street? Could that be a part of the incident phase of cycle of abuse?
Yes.
Okay. What about markings on necks consistent with strangulation? Could that be evidence of an incident of
Yes.
abuse? Could a victim or survivor who drops a TPO after a private meeting with a perpetrator be examples of what can happen in a reconciliation phase?
Yes.
how can she testify to that? Because she doesn't know what that private meeting was, what it entailed. All of a sudden, oh yeah, yes, all of it. And if he goes up there and asks the same question and said, but could it also be, could a couple be arguing without it being domestic violence? Well, that would be, I have ethical obligation. No, nothing. I hate when the state does this. You have the money, you have the power, you brought the case, you don't have to cheat.
Can a woman a survivor, who after meeting with her abuser privately decides to give full custody and control over her child, something that can happen in the reconciliation phase?
Yes.
And give full custody of her child to the abuser's mother. Could that be
There's no evidence that happened. You have not brought in one witness that has stated that was what happened. I'm sorry, Americans, but why the hell do you allow this to happen?
something in the reconciliation phase?
Yes.
If a survivor, after an alleged abusive incident, once she called the police, goes back to the abuser, could that be something that happens in the reconciliation phase?
Yes.
And are those some examples of what you've seen about how the cycle of abuse can occur in a domestic violence relationship?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sino.
No, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. You may be excused. You can step down.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's about 3:05. We're going to take an afternoon break. And probably.
This is why I hate shady DAs, because she has all the power to bring a case against them. She has all the money that could have been used for potholes in Georgia. But she chose to bring in her friend who she knows will answer yes to any hypothetical. And then she just started using hypotheticals that has not been testified to in this courtroom. Her closing arguments will be, they found the body at his work. Don't look at Court TV's report for yesterday, because they fucked up as usual and found the wrong spot for action glass. He stole a saw. Screed heard argument, and it's clear signs of domestic abuse. Every single thing that happened in that relationship was clear signs of domestic abuse. You heard an expert testify that everything that happened to Melissa was totally in line with domestic abuse. I never ever gave her the case file and let them read them, because she was super unbiased. We used to work together. I always testify for, she always testified for Fulton County. This is where she makes 95% of her income, from testifying as an expert. She just made maybe $2,000 on testifying in this case by doing shit all. But she will be an objective witness, because she is an expert, you know. An agenda-driven scientist who is there for the movement. This is where cases should be. No one should bring a case if this is your crown witness. We're now going to have an ME come in and say there's saw marks on the bones. There is no fucking saw. There is no. There's no timeline of when she passed away. There's no there's no matter of death, because she could have been passed out from or dead from an OD, and then someone cut her up. We don't know that, because we can't tell. She could be pregnant, she couldn't be pregnant, she could be a drug abuser. We don't know shit, because the state have given us no evidence of anything in this case other than just point to Chris and say he did it. Why? We don't know. How? We don't know. Where? We don't know. But trust us, he did it. Could anyone else have done it? No. Her dad, who killed family members because he was afraid they would talk. He has never, ever, ever could have done anything like this. Her dad, who is a member of the Dixie Mafia, allegedly, couldn't have had any enemies who thought, hey, this guy who is a killer, who might come after us, now we're having turf wars over all the massive drug problems that happened in Georgia, couldn't have taken one of his daughters to send a signal. The guy she banged on the roof of the Waffle House, whose kid she might have been pregnant with, couldn't have said, well, I got the old ball and chain and I really like her. This is more like one of the cock holsters you can get, like a flashlight, but it can move on its own accord. I really don't like her, just don't like to bang her. And I don't want to take care of a kid. Couldn't have been him. It couldn't have been someone she owed money if she had an addiction. No, it could only have been Chris because they yelled at each other in a house. And he took her away from an abusive house when she was 16. He was so abusive, he let her work nights, stay out all night. He let her bang a toothless man in an economy lodge. He was so abusive that he didn't care enough to go looking for her when she went missing because he didn't want her to get in trouble with her parole. All of that is clear signs that you couldn't look at because he did it. You know he did it. I can find 3 other suspects in this case who has just as strong a case against them because there is no case against Chris. And this effing DA just put her friend on the stand to just blow smoke up the jury's ass. And sadly, I'm sorry to say this, juries are idiots. Someone will sit there and say, oh, this aligns with this case. This is what must have happened. I wanted the defense attorney to go back up there and say, but you have no evidence of any of this happening, do you? You don't know that it was domestic abuse that happened in that closed meeting where she gave away her kids. Could it also be that a victim who gave away her kids might have done it because she wasn't ready to raise kids? And she had, if you have generational abuse, she might have thought, I don't want to bring that to my kids. Did the dad cut up his victims before he tossed them into the river? I have been wondering. No, he put them in sleeping bags, but one of them he put on the train tracks so it could get trashed into pieces. This body was found close to the train tracks. Yes, and this is a massive problem. Are they elected or are they appointed in Georgia? This is a big problem because you will have to kiss ass to become a judge. Mom, dad, sister, Dixon, and dealer. Yes. I am on a form of jury, yes. And I was instructed very much in the beginning that you have to be very aware of your biases. You have to read the charges. We get a piece of paper with the charges on. And it'll look something like this. we will get a charge where we'll get the name of the defendant, and then we'll have 119. That's threats against people who work for the public or juror members. That was done on or about the 21st of January. Then we have a 244, which is assault that happened on this date, and 245, which is aggravated assault. Then it'll state on or about 21st of January around 9:15, Chris walked out of his house and saw a police officer who was about to repossess his car, and he told him, "I'm going to unalive you." On the 4th of March, I think I put in, Chris was at a bar where he punched someone in the face and once in the stomach. And 245 is when he was at a bar, punched someone and kicked them in the face. Then we will have, then we can sit with this and we do the, no, yeah, he did say, because the police officer will then have to come in and say, yeah, he said, "I'm going to kill you." Okay. He said that. That's what he's charged with. That's okay. He punched someone in the face. We saw the surveillance video. He pushed someone in the back, but he never punched him. And the witness said, "Well, I think he kind of shoulder barged me, and then someone else punched me, but I don't think he did it." Okay, minus he didn't do that. Aggravated assault. We have 5 witnesses who saw he played soccer with his face. Okay, that's okay. That's how we sit and run through our charges. So we can sit and go through everything, and the judge will instruct us everything that's in these, or as close to as possible, must be, because I'm going to kill you or I'm going to fuck you. Both of them are threats. One is a little bit worse. So, but something close to it must be proven in court. And we have the charge in front of us, so we can sit and read and say, yeah, okay, he did get that testimony that on the 21st of January, while he was repossessing the car, he said, "I'm going to kill you." So we can sit and follow along and see this is exactly what he's charged with. And these are the facts of the case after they are presented. This shit, this would be like, so you were threatened on the 21st of January. We're going to bring in someone who's going to talk about threats and then say everything. A man who lives in a house, could he threaten someone? Yeah. Could it happen on the 21st of January? Yeah. And you'll never have the police officer come in and say, yeah, he threatened me. This is bullshit. And that's why I say jurors in America are stupid, because we are instructed to do this. And here you're hiding all of the charges and you're hiding all of the facts till you get to the end. And then you're going to do a 2-hour speech when no one is listening. So I don't like it. Could the saw marks possibly be from a train? Wouldn't that be a crossing more than a sawing? I don't know what swamp murders is. I don't go out of my way to do research on cases I follow. I'll look at a few articles and then I'll let the evidence talk for itself. If you go and look up any of that, you'll have a bias, kind of like if you watch my recap. I'm heavily biased in my recaps, but I declare it. I'm not a lawyer. I see the case as I see it. Just like all the podcasts who have been running this case for 5 years is clearly biased in one way or another, and you can't trust any of the evidence until it's presented in court. So I don't go and look at what everyone else is doing. If someone brings it up, I'll try and say, I have not seen evidence of that, or I agree with that because the evidence shows this. The biggest problem with this true crime thing is people will come in and say, I watched Swamp Files, whatever it is, and they said that they had this and this and this. Yeah, we haven't seen it in trial. Well, he's guilty because they have a receipt. Well, they haven't provided that receipt, so we don't know that. Well, he's guilty because some girl said that he said something. It hasn't been provided in court. And that's the biggest problem when cases get to be a draw on true crime and get on CrimeCon and all of that. You need to kind of make them sexy. And that's my biggest problem is I'm really bad at making things sexy. That's why I am virgin. There's little no info allowed out about judges, so voting on them is a stab in the dark. Yeah, and that's a big thing. The latest one, Rosa James. No, he's buried under the 50-yard line at Giant Stadium. Aren't federal judges proposed and then grilled by the Senate and voted on? I think so, yes. Bing, 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 bing. Of course, I said I don't look at things anyone else is doing, Marissa. I look at all the stuff you and Jemima gives me. Because that's I'll read a couple of articles, but I don't sit down and watch another creator's content about a case I'm covering. I might swing by. I like to go to Alexa's room and see her updates on the stuff in Canton because I like her way of presenting it. She is a funny cookie. Everyone should go follow her. But if I've been doing this all day, I won't go back and rewatch and see what is Recovery Addict thinking about it. What does Nancy Grace think about it? Because I'll let the evidence talk to me. And then I will say, hey, Jemima, is this true? And she'll say, and then I'll just say it again. Yeah, but they put lime on it. What's it called? Limestone? No. They put that chalk thing on it, so it disappeared. Didn't they claim they found those years ago? Yeah, but you're not covering cases. I'll also go to... what is your rat hole name? So, what is... the rat, not the rat, the one who does pre-shows to Aiden. I'll stop by them and see those because they'll talk about random stuff. I don't sit down and follow a case because I want to make my own. Because why should you watch me if I say the same as Nancy Grace? I would have a bigger audience, but I couldn't be here for the strength of box wine. Red House Media. Exactly, Cheryl. Thank you, Cheryl. I'm really bad at creator names, but I like to follow them. It's the same. I can't remember what Kelly and Amy's channel is. I've only been there for like 6 hours the last 2 weeks. And I was there long enough with Amy the first time that she hates me now and will never stream with me again. And Kelly haven't invited me back either. So don't invite me. Yeah, that's what my ex-wife told me. She said, kids just spawn. I don't know if, I don't even think there was any news about if they found anyone yesterday. Yeah, because again, you can go and shop around and you can see me one day and then you can go see Recovery the next day and we will have different takes on it. I'm a little more, I'll say fuck a little more than he will. He's a little more grown up than I am. The rat hole? No, rat media. Yeah, well, she has a bit of a fry, but I like her. Talk time with Amy, Boston, and Kelly. I haven't met Boston yet, but Amy and Kelly hates me. Men are always bad. So Tina's daughter was a guest. She was in my chat yesterday, and she was also on Catnut Williams' channel. But no, that's the thing. I don't want to go into it, but you all know there's drama right now in the Karen Reed community. And that's one of the big misconceptions I think our audience have, that we go and watch what everyone is doing. And we just don't have time for it. today I've been going for so far 3 hours on this case, and I did 2 hours, and so that's 5 hours. Plus, I made 2 videos this morning. That's an hour and a half. I've been working about getting a new PC, so I put in close to 9-10 hours when I'm done. I really don't need to go follow a lot of other people talking about the same topics as I do, because it'll burn me out. That's also why I decided I won't do the Adelson, because every true crime channel is going to do it. So you will be spoon-fed Adelson. So I'll be doing something stupid. I'll find some guy who got violently abused by his wife and had to unalive her because she was throwing Yankee candles at her. Wrongfully convicted. Hang in there, brother. Because the market will be oversaturated and you just burn out when every time you open your channel, it's either live coverage or someone talking about the coverage, or that's yeah. What's the drama? You don't have Twitter anymore. It's kind of like the conflict in the Middle East. Just me talking about it will make it worse. Exactly. And yes, it'll cost me views because Adelson is the big thing, but I don't care. I love you all, but I'm not abusive enough to force you to stay here with me. You can go, please come back. But that's the beauty about YouTube. YouTube is a meritocracy. The one where you get the views you deserve because of your skills. That's why I am not the biggest channel on the planet. But I also get to see, do I want to spend 4 weeks on a case where everyone knows everything and I don't know shit about this family? And you will ask me questions. I would sit here and say, ask Sue. No, I don't want to do that. If I pick up someone who went crazy in the Huron County or something in Manitoba, I can cover that, and you'll be on the same level as me. Meritocracy. I said it right. I said it right. Woot, woot. Valhalla is awful and stupid and gross. No, he's not. He's actually surprisingly pleasant to be around. He's freshly washed and doesn't smell at all. And he's not stupid. He's just slow. Oh, it could be. It is. Well, again, other people really enjoys it, and that's why you have many YouTube channels, and that's why I will give you a place to go hang out if you don't need it. See, Alita, I knew exactly where you were. I can't do Nightbot won't react to my commands. Oh, the drama. So you started drama by calling him nasty. No. I've been seeing the drama, and yeah, it's fun because I'm not part of it. So, but the thing is, you people, what do you mean you people? You like certain creators. And if we start fighting amongst each other, some of you like me and you like Valhalla and you like MG. But me and Valhalla and MG is now fighting. So we're going to split our audience because we have some silly beef. Instead of doing what grown-ups do, just smile and wave if we are on the same panel and just stay away from each other. I have been on certain streams where I instantly felt we have no connection. And I just don't talk to them again. That's how I deal with it. Have I heard stories behind the scene? Yes. Do I feel a certain way about certain people? Yes. But I also know that maybe 25% of you would like a person I will shit on. So I just don't do it, because then you will have to sit there and say, well, Baker said, but that's my opinion. That's my feeling. That's my ick that comes up. And I have very different views, like totally not a Russian who says, well, Alexa is fun, but her voice is a little harsh to listen to. Yeah, that's a different opinion. So you might not watch her. I have other creators that I just I can't watch them because I don't like the way they do their content, or the way the equipment works, or the way they. And I don't have to tell you who I like or don't like, because it's your job to choose who you like. And that's why I think drama is stupid. Most of it could have been a DM. And sadly, then you get into all of the let's try and use other creators to bring into this drama because they must be my friend. And I really don't like that. Yeah, that's the problem. I always want to see the drama. Well, one of you deserve it. I like the Turtle Boy Baker show. It was top 5. I think I had a good show. I got complaints that I talked way too much, even though I think it's the Baker show I've talked least on. But I think Aiden kind of needed just a timeout show where he didn't have to sit there and give the same speech over and over again and answer the same questions over and over and over again. Because Aiden is a fucking funny guy when he gets to run around and play with all the toys. And I think a lot of people did a disservice to Aiden by making it way too structured and try to do the so at when you were you have, and Karen Reed, by the way, also when you and did you see, is it Monday? And because they wanted to make it so well prepared that they over prepared. I was talking a lot with my mods about it, and I said, I'm just going to wing it. I have these basic questions I want to come around, but I want to sneak it in the back door. Also something I was taught from Valhalla. Well, if the aunties are stupid, I will yell at them again because they are viewing gold. Well, there will be drama. I yell at people sometimes. Oh, Zach's back. Ugh. Well, and again, there's always at least two sides to a story, and it depends on who do you believe and who do you not. And some people might not understand how it is to do certain things, and that's a part of learning. This isn't the first breakup in a true crime community. We had a way bigger breakup around exactly the same things back when the Amber Heard case ended, because then LawTube, as someone tried to make it, blew up, and it was money, it was fame, it was numbers. That's why I think Ricada is right when he says, "Don't be part of any clubs." Aiden can absolutely take the stage if he wants to, but he himself likes conversation as interviews, so it was exactly right. Yeah, and Aiden he's a good conversationalist. I would even say he's a master debater, because you can give him a topic and he'll talk about it. Oh, and by the way, Nicola, if you're here, I can see your comments on YouTube when you write it in the comment section. I can see you in my chat. I have looked everywhere. You're not blocked anywhere. I can find you. So maybe you block me. New beef. Yeah. There was a lot of drinking too. Yeah, well, back then that was a big thing. Everyone was drunk. That's why I early on said I'm not going to be drunk on stream. I have been it once, and that was my monetization stream because people were way too generous to me, and I just couldn't handle it because Danish people don't handle emotions that well. So I got so drunk I didn't figure out if I turned off my stream. And since then I think the most I've had is 5 Malords on the stream, which that's fine. That's not that strong. Well, Tammy, you are not coming with me to the roof of the Waffle House. Yeah, I think someone mentioned she was here earlier as well, but I don't know what's happened, but I can't see her. I can see you talking about her in chat, and I can see when she writes on my wall, but I can't see her in chat. Yeah, that's my problem too. If people like me enough, they want me in the club, that club has a bad judgment. Kelly is in chat. Yeah, I don't know what's happened. I noticed it one day when people are Nicola, and I was like, I can't see her. I was looking here, there. Then I went in and looked at my blocked. She's not blocked. And then she was writing actually about if she was blocked on my comment section. And I went in and answered and said, I can see you here, but I can't see you on stream.
Madam Court Reporter, are you ready? Okay,
Let's
we're going to
get
go
the
back on the
ME.
record
Let's get out of
after
here.
our afternoon break.
Scott is Nicola,
Is
yes.
the state ready?
State's ready.
Is the defense ready?
Ready, Your Honor.
Do we have our witness?
I think she's right.
Okay. I don't know what happens when people go outside. It's like they just disappear or something when they leave the courtroom. Okay, I think we're ready for the jury.
Good. You have to ask YouTube. Yes. No, nothing there. I have SAC blocked. Well, I don't know how bad I was. I think I hold up pretty well, but that's it. But that's why I don't drink anymore, because you'll F up.
Jurors are present and accountable. Your Honor.
Thank you all. Please be seated. State may call
It was a
next
40-minute
Your
short
Honor,
break.
state calls Dr. Carol Terry.
Yeah, because I don't get slovenly drunk. I'll just get argumentative or happy. That's the things I do. I get a little arrogant when I get really drunk.
Come on up, please. And when you reach the witness stand, if you'll do me a favor before you have a seat, turn and face the deputy and raise your right hand. He'll swear
This
you in,
should be
okay?
the state's last witness.
When you raise your hand, please, you solemnly swear to testimony you're going to give, of course, you. I do.
But that's because
Take a seat.
you offered to come on and throw your pants off.
Oh, sorry. Dr. Carol.
We know this lady. What case have we seen her in before? Did she, was she in the case with the white girl who shot the black gentleman? I have seen this haircut before. She didn't give her name. Her name is Carol something. But I've seen her before. because she looks kind of like an angry Gary Busey. So you just get extra stubborn when drunk, like when you're tired or hungry. No, I get really happy. I'm a happy drunk.
Sorry. Dr. Carol, Carol, Terry, Terry.
Why? Because we have to.
Dr. Terry, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the court where you're currently employed?
Well, I am currently employed as the Chief Medical Examiner for Gwinnett County.
Okay. And what are your duties as a chief medical examiner?
Must have been around.
Well, I am a forensic pathologist, and my duties involve
2 years ago.
investigating deaths that are reportable to my office under the Georgia Death Investigation Act. So these are deaths that are sudden, unexpected, unexplained, or due to non-natural causes. And as the medical examiner, my duties involve determining cause and manner of death. Cause of death is what it sounds like, what caused the person to die at this point in time. Manner of death is a way in which we categorize deaths for purposes of reporting on the death certificate.
Okay. And where did you work prior to being employed at Gwinnett County?
Prior to coming to work at Gwinnett County, I worked as an independent contractor for Dr. Gerald T. Gawitt, and that's Gowitt, who is the chief medical examiner for DeKalb County. And not only did we handle cases for DeKalb County, but we also covered medical examiner cases for Hall, Henry, Rockdale, and White counties.
Okay. And prior to that, where did you work?
Prior to that, I worked at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office as an associate medical examiner.
Okay. And are you licensed to practice medicine in the state of Georgia?
Yes, I am.
And when did you become licensed?
1992.
Can you go over for the jury your education and training?
Yes, I can. In 1986, I graduated from Emory College of Emory University in 3 years with a double major. I have a Bachelor of Arts in Religion and a Bachelor of Science in Biology. From 1986 to 1990, I attended Emory University School of Medicine, where I received my Doctor of Medicine degree.
Hang on, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I'm just going to ask if you'd slow down a little bit.
Okay.
I want to make sure the court reporter can keep up and you're a little bit of a fast talker.
No, sorry.
Thank you. That's okay. Go ahead. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So I am a medical doctor. From 1990 to 1995, I did a residency in pathology in the Emory University affiliated hospital system. Pathology, broadly stated, is the study of disease, and my 5-year residency involved a combined program of anatomic and clinical pathology. Anatomic pathology is tissue-based pathology and involves diagnosing disease states from tissues, such as biopsies, organs, or tissues removed from living people, as well as autopsy specimens. Clinical pathology is the laboratory medicine aspect of pathology and involves such areas as chemistry, hematology, microbiology, and blood banking. During the last year of my 5-year residency, I was allowed to work exclusively at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office in a subspecialty of pathology, forensic pathology. And forensic pathology is the medical legal investigation of
I don't
death.
think I covered that one.
So after the completion of my residency in 1995, I did an additional year of study in forensic pathology, also at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office. And this year of training outside of the residency was referred to as a fellowship year. And I did my fellowship year at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office in forensic pathology from 1995 to 1996. But because I already had a year of experience in that office, I was essentially treated like a junior attending and got to supervise other individuals in training as they rotated through the office. Following the completion of my fellowship in 1996, I stayed on staff at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office as an associate medical examiner. And that's where it picked up. I worked at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office from 1996 to 2004. 2004, I went to work for Dr. Gawitt in DeKalb as an independent contractor and worked for him until the beginning of 2006.
Yes, she's still fast. Yeah, she just lowered her voice.
In February of 2006, I was awarded the medical examiner contract in Gwinnett County and took over doing the medical examiner duties for Gwinnett County. In Gwinnett County, the medical examiner position is not a county department, it is a contracted position. And my contract comes up for renewal every 5 years where I have to rebid for the contract. And as I said, I was awarded that in February of 2006 and have maintained it to the current time. As we said, I'm licensed to practice medicine in the state of Georgia and have been since 1992. I am triple board certified by the American Board of Pathology in all 3 areas of pathology in which I have trained and studied anatomy.
If it's the Austin Ford case, he had 2 trials He was found guilty of 2 counts of theft by taking and concealing the death of another, but 2 juries could not reach a decision in the charges of felony murder, aggravated assault, and 2 counts of possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, with the latest being earlier this month. They were deadlocked 8-4 in favor of conviction. Ford's defense argued he was wrongly accused of murder because Lang decided to unalive herself. A medical examiner was unable to determine if her death was by homicide or suicide. But Gwinnett County prosecutor said the more likely scenario was that Ford was pointing the 9mm handgun at Lang when the gunshot was fired. Did I cover this one? The architectural engineering. Her body was found at Lang's car was set on fire and dumped in a nature preserve. Well, he got 20 years in prison, 10 to be served and 10 on parole.
Clinical and forensic pathology. I have personally performed between 6,800 and 6,900 autopsies. I've supervised individuals in training in approximately 700 additional cases. In my career, I have examined over 10,000 bodies because not everybody gets an autopsy. There's some bodies that I just do an external examination on and maybe draw specimens from to do additional testing, such as drug screen or other types of laboratory tests. And I have been tendered as an expert witness in the Superior Courts of Georgia over 455 times.
Your Honor, this time the state will move to tender Dr. Carol Terry as an expert in forensic pathology.
I'm afraid to object, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Now, can you tell the jury what an autopsy is?
Okay. An autopsy is a medical procedure by which a body is examined, both externally or from the outside as well as internally, looking at the organs to evaluate extent of disease and or injury.
And who or what factors determine whether or not an autopsy is performed?
Well, as I said, for us as medical examiners, it's dictated by state law. Which cases are reported to the medical examiner's office. And again, these are deaths that are sudden, unexpected, unexplained, or due to non-natural causes. And then once it's reported to the medical examiner's office, it is left up to the discretion of the medical examiner what type of an examination is conducted, again, with the goal to determine a cause and manner of death for purposes of reporting on the death certificate.
Okay. And the procedures that you've testified to, are they generally accepted in the medical community?
Yes.
And you tell the jury, you're familiar with Dr. Joseph Parker?
John?
John Parker, excuse me.
Yes, I am.
And who is Dr. John Parker?
Dr. Parker was a mentor of mine. He worked at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office and also in Bibb County as the medical examiner in that area. He was responsible for some of my training. And ultimately, when I went to DeKalb County to work for Dr. Gowett, it was because Dr. Parker had stepped down from that position. Dr. Parker, I worked with him in the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office when I came on staff there. I think and thought the world of Dr. Parker. He passed away in 2012.
Okay. And was he the medical examiner that was, I guess, the head medical examiner that examined the remains of Melissa Wolfenbarger when he first came in?
Yes, he was the medical examiner who was on duty the day that the remains of Ms. Wolfenbarger were discovered.
Okay. And at any point, did you assist in any type of investigation or analysis as it relates to the remains of Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what period of time are we talking about where you would have been involved in any type of analysis regarding those remains?
My first direct interaction with the remains occurred in February of 2000 when I was turning over the skull along with some other skulls to the state's forensic artist, Marla Lawson, to do some facial reconstructions. I had a case of mine from 1998 that I wanted her to do a facial reconstruction on, and she had recently completed some training. Her skills as a forensic artist were legendary in the police department, but she had adopted or had taken on some new training in doing facial reconstructions off of the skulls using clay or paper mache. And so that's when I made her acquaintance in February of 2000. She came to my office to get the skull of the case I was handling. But she said, if you have any others that you want reconstructions on, she said, I'll bring a U-Haul if I have to, give me all that you have. And she, was taking on that work. And I had amassed the reports associated with these different cases, as well as the investigation summaries, and was turning them over to her. And when she looked at this particular skull, she raised the question of the sex of the skull, because it was indicated to be a white male. And Marla, if you knew her, she was very modest, even though, exquisitely talented, and said, this looks like a female to me.
You're saying?
Sustained.
Yeah.
All right. Let me ask you this. At that time in Fulton County, were you working with investigator Tina Miller?
She was a detective with the Atlanta Police Department, yes.
Okay. Did she also assist the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office with investigations related to missing persons and or death investigations?
Not death investigations, missing persons, and unidentified remains.
Okay. Were you aware whether or not Detective Miller went out to that location where Melissa Wolfenbarger's remains were located at any point during the investigation?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And you're familiar with the location being Avon Avenue in Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes, I am.
And is that in Fulton County?
Yes, it is.
Tell the jury what happens when, say, a body or remains come into the medical examiner's office.
Well, when the body comes into the medical examiner's office, the medical examiner on duty determines what kind of examination is going to be conducted on the remains. And then depending upon the case, that dictates what is done. Most of the time, the bodies are intact. And again, they may get what's called an external examination, just an outside viewing of the body and drawing of specimens for additional testing. Or they may get an autopsy where the body is opened. And there may be a complete autopsy. In Fulton County at that time, we did not do limited dissections. We only did complete autopsies. So if an autopsy is done, it involves opening up the body and examining and removing the brain as well as the organs of the chest and abdomen and pelvis. And in the course of the examination, specimens are collected for potential additional testing. Again, it depends upon the nature of the case.
Okay. And are any observations or conclusions, are they documented in any form during that process of performing the autopsy?
Yes, typically the examinations are documented with written notes and or dictations that are then converted into a final report.
Okay. And is there other forms of documenting the process of the autopsy itself?
Yes, also photographs are taken typically in the course of the examination.
Okay. At the conclusion of the autopsy, is there a process for reviewing or discussing observations that are made during the autopsy?
I don't know necessarily if at the conclusion of the examination, but in the Fulton County office, as we were associated with the training program through Emory, we routinely had teaching conferences and conferences where we would sit and review all of the slides that were taken, because at that point in time, things were done with 35 millimeter and slides were created. And every week we would have one or two conferences where we would go through all of the slides.
Okay. Now, in preparation for your testimony today, did you review any documents and or photographs associated with the autopsy of Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Yes, I did.
And what did you review?
Well, I reviewed, it turns out I had case notes that I had collected back at the time when I did this, when I was doing this review of the case, because I was very much interested in trying to identify remains. So I had copies of notes from the file, including some of the notes that I had made documenting some of the actions I had taken to try to get the remains identified. I also reviewed Dr. Parker's report. I reviewed any investigative reports that were in the file, as well as any photographs that were provided to me, because I did not have actual photographs from the examination.
Okay. And at any point during your work that you did associated with this case in particular, did you have an opportunity to either review any of the remains of Melissa Wolfenbarger? And you could describe that for the jury.
Yes, I did.
And when did you do that?
Well, in February of 2000, when I was turning the skull over to Marla, that was my first time that I had an opportunity to look at the skull.
Oh, okay.
And I looked at the skull.
All right. And discuss any other opportunities that you've had to look at the remains of Melissa Wolfenbarger.
And after she was...
Thank you, Liz Taylor, for becoming a YouTube member. You now have access to the Super.
identified, I had the opportunity to go and retrieve some of the specimens that had been collected to follow up on requests made by the Atlanta Police Department's Detective Calhoun to submit specimens to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation specifically for some drug testing.
Okay. And when you say specimens, are you referring to the extremities of remains that were located?
It was some soft tissue from the extremities, yes.
Okay. All right. Now, what, in terms of, initially, I believe your testimony that there was a process of conducting.
Totally BS domestic violence claims. That was just hypothetical, but exactly aligned with everything in this case. And the worst audio recording in history that we spent 35 minutes listening to nothing. And this is the ME. I think this will be the last witness.
Identification. What did you do to identify the remains?
Okay, and then two, I've also neglected to mention, also in the course of doing this, there were times when I went back to the remains, specifically the skull, to extract teeth or to take additional bone to submit for potential DNA analysis. So that was something else I also undertook with the knowledge of Dr. Parker to try to facilitate the identification. So what else I did in addition to collecting and submitting specimens for DNA analysis was, again, just became aware of features associated with the skull. For example, I did not need my records to refresh my memory that the skull had one filling in tooth number 31. That's something I've remembered all these years. There was one filling in that tooth. And that was something I was aware of as I was checking records and any cases came to my attention. Also, at this point in time when I was in Fulton County, I did have an interest in trying to identify unidentified remains. And I had a computer program where I took missing persons reports and locations of where people went missing and plotted them on this map along with where we had unidentified remains, trying to look and see if there's any kind of spatial relationship between where people have gone missing and where remains were found. So this is something is just about being aware of who's missing and who we have who are unidentified in our morgue. Some people have various other research interests. This was something I was very much interested in. Because as a forensic pathologist, one of our big goals is to answer questions. And to me, there's no bigger question than who somebody is. And that was something that was of interest to me. And so I was happy to do whatever I could to try to facilitate the identification in the.
Thank you for 5 months, Cheryl. And good thing that you're listening while at work. We make it less cumbersome to get through the workday.
This case, and especially since Dr. Parker was kind of part-time with our office, so he wasn't always there. But this was something that was always on my mind.
Okay. And what was the process for identifying the skull that was retrieved in April of 1999?
Or how the skull came to be identified?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, because we had made attempts to have DNA pulled from the skull from the teeth.
Objection. Reapproach.
Sure.
I don't know what that objection was about, but we're live again. Can we just get to the point that you couldn't really tell anything other than what looks kind of like saw marks on the bones? Well, go out and make more people sick. Do you want me to swing by and bring some of the Danish vet? It worked wonders in Tennessee and Texas, because some people in Texas got sick as well. So you just let me know and I'll swing by. I know her from a case, and the Ford case, it wasn't that one because I don't know that case. And I thought it might have been the Hannah Payne case, but that's not the one either. But I'm 100% sure. And I only covered one case in Atlanta before. This is
And as
really
far as
lonely.
was the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office able to retrieve any dental records associated with this case itself?
Yes,
All right. Did you have an opportunity to review those records along with Dr. Hoptel?
yes,
And was that the basis for the determination of the identification of the skull?
yes.
Okay. All right. Now,
Could it
I'm
be
gonna
teeth mark
hand
from
you-
an unidentified dog in Vermont? Yeah, that's the next one. Thank you, Tracy.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'm going to hand Dr. Terry the following exhibits. I'm going to read into the record.
Yes, sir.
Exhibits 34, 36, exhibits 40 through 49, exhibits 51 through 52, exhibit 54, exhibit 56 through 57, and exhibits 60 through 61. All right. Terry, I'm going to hand you.
Hang on just one second. Can you all come here, please? Go ahead, Mr. Fossett.
You could work in the way that you're looking at them.
Okay.
Okay. And after viewing those photographs, do you recognize those images as being associated with the remains of Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize those images as being associated with the same remains that you viewed at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office in 2000?
Well, this doesn't specifically show the skull. Those are the remains I remember actually seeing, but I am certainly familiar with the photographs.
Okay. And are they a fair and accurate representation of what you recall observing?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state will move to tender into evidence. States Exhibit 34, 36, 40 through 49, 51, 52, 54, 56 through 57, and 60 through 61.
Mr. McDermott?
No objection.
Okay. They are admitted.
Now, what was your recollection of, after reviewing the documents as to when each of the skull and the extremities were located?
Well, the skull was located on April 29th of 1999, and the extremities were located June, let me double check here. I can't remember the 2nd or 3rd, also of 1999. So let me find this. June 3rd, 1999.
Okay.
Mr. Fawcett,
Yes.
are you preparing to publish those photographs?
No, I'm not.
Okay, just
No, I'm not.
making sure we have a heads up before we do.
Absolutely, Judge. I am publishing States Exhibit 2. So I want to turn your attention to this States Exhibit. Is that area in itself familiar to you?
Just by virtue of the names, I don't recall ever having been out there myself.
Okay. And you recognize that as being the location where the skull and the extremities of Melissa Wolfenbarger
I
are
won't
located?
object, Your Honor. She says she doesn't have any knowledge, personal knowledge in this area.
I'm not sure that's exactly what she said, but overruled. Go ahead.
All right. You recognize that location, the street itself, as being the location where the remains, the skull, and the extremities of Melissa Wolfenbarger were located?
Yes, as I said, I'm familiar with the names, but I can't say that I directly went to that location, but I in my mind, had the skull associated with Avon Avenue.
Okay. And looking at that photograph, based on your review of your notes and your recollection, the image depicted in States Exhibit 2, is that generally the close proximity in which the remains, extremities, and the skull are located?
Yes, that is my understanding.
I do plan on publishing photographs at this point, Judge.
Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, I told you that I would give you a heads up so you could sort of prepare yourselves that probably the next series of photographs are going to be somewhat graphic. Now, for those of you who are in the gallery, I encourage you, if it's not something that you want to see, to make arrangements so that you don't have to see it. Go ahead, Mr. Fawcett.
Yes.
Come on. Come on.
Now, Dr. Terry, you were testifying as to your, I guess, ability to review and examine the skull of Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm publishing States Exhibit 16. And just, could you describe the state of the skull that it was in when you viewed it?
All right, in this photograph, this is a decomposing head that was in the roadway. This is the head that I saw the skull from when I mentioned that I was turning the skull over for reconstruction purposes. But again, this is a photograph I'm familiar with as it pertains to the day that the head was found in the road there at Avon Avenue on April 29th, 1999.
Okay. And after viewing the skull, were you able to determine if there was any damage to it?
Yes, there was damage to the skull.
And what type of damage are you referring to?
On the left side of the skull, there were some fractures, and there was some bone in the roadway that were described in the report, as well as in an adjacent plastic bag.
No, they haven't been published. As Marissa said, she might be able to FOIA.
It appeared that the skull had been struck by a vehicle in the roadway.
Okay. And what does post-mortem mean?
Post-mortem means after death.
And is there a distinction between injuries you would, I guess, damage to flesh or bone? Is there a difference between, I guess, pre and post-mortem?
Pre or ante-mortem, post-mortem, yes. Before death versus after death, yes, there's a difference.
And what is it? What differences would you observe?
Well, typically differences that you see in ante-mortem injuries, the person's alive, so they still have a blood pressure, there's blood flow. And so when an individual is injured ante-mortem or before death, you have bleeding that's associated with injury. Post-mortem or after death, there's no longer blood flow, and these injuries don't bleed.
I'm now going to show you what's been admitted at State's Exhibit 36. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at?
Okay, yes, this is one of the vertebrae that was associated with the head that was, or the decomposing head that was found in the road on Avon. And this is one side of this. It's a cervical vertebra, or a bone that's from the neck area. And you can tell because, can I touch the screen?
You can. You can enable that function, and you can actually tap on it, draw on it in colors.
Okay, let's see.
There's a button. I think it's off to the left on the bottom of the screen.
Okay.
I don't know if they talked about the male hit by a car, but a male, yes.
These structures here in this vertebra identify this as being a cervical vertebra, or a bone from the spine in the area of the neck. And as we look at surfaces here of the bone, specifically those are articular surfaces where the bone would interface with adjacent vertebrae or bone. So in looking at this surface of as well as in this area here, this is where the bone would articulate or interface with the adjacent bone of the spine. And based on the review of the report as described by Dr. Parker, this would be the third cervical vertebra. So 3 down from the base of the skull.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 37. I can offer no assistance with getting the marks off the screen.
I think there's a clear button on the maybe bottom right.
There's something that says leave.
I don't think I want you to leave.
Oh.
No, ma'am.
Nope, sorry.
I might be able to distance.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, Coke Ferry, it's because it's a deceased person, so some cases they'll show them, some cases they won't.
Okay, all right. Okay, so this is the flip surface of that vertebra. And in looking at this surface here, specifically, oops. Can we bring that function back up?
This is such a shit show.
Okay. specifically these areas all appear to be kind of shaved off to the same level. So, and again, this is the reverse surface of that vertebra.
Reverse, you say?
Now, when you are performing autopsies or working at the medical examiner's office, do you often use instruments to assist with that?
Yes, I do.
And what types of instruments do you use to, say, cut through bone or hard materials while you're working?
Typically, I use an oscillating or striker saw where I have a blade that will either spin or go back and forth to cut through bone. Another tool that I commonly use to cut through bone are basically like loppers, kind of garden shear type things used to cut like small tree branches, and we'll use those on ribs to remove the chest plate. Typically, we'll use the striker saw or the oscillating saw to open the head and to take sections of bone.
Now, did you also, were there also photographs of Ms. Wolfenbarger's extremities included in the photographs itself?
Yes.
And did those extremities have flesh on them?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And let me ask you this. Do you recall either through photographs or reports how the condition that the remains were found in?
Yes, I mean, they exhibited decomposition and had been dismembered or cut.
What about how the remains were stored?
There were plastic bags there. For example, with the skull, there was a plastic bag nearby, but the skull was in the roadway. And then the extremities were located in plastic bags. One set of remains, my understanding, was outside of a plastic bag.
Okay. And turning your attention back to the skull, and that's Exhibit 16. Can you tell the jury, was there any sign of insect activity on the skull itself?
Not that I saw in any of the photographs or that I saw described.
Okay. Republished in States Exhibit 16. And what does that tell you, the absence of insect activity, maggots, fly larvae on the skull of Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Given the condition of the skull, that it was somehow protected from insects getting to it, flies getting to it. So understanding that there was a plastic bag nearby, most likely it had been in that plastic bag
Objection, speculation.
soon before it wound up in the roadway, because otherwise flies would have been attracted to it.
Okay. So if this skull had been out for a day or a full day, you would expect to find insect activity?
Yes, I would expect flies to have gotten to it and have laid eggs on it.
What is the impact of it being, say, double tied in a plastic bag? What is that impact on that?
Well, again, I don't know about double tied, but at least somehow being protected from insects getting to it. That would keep flies from being able to get to the remains.
Those of you who wanted to
and
see what they're
deposit
talking
eggs,
about.
and which then turn into maggots.
Okay. And does the storing of the remains in a sealed compartment like a plastic bag, does that impact any determination on the timing of death, or does that impact that at all?
Yes, I mean, it makes it harder because of the fact that it is, well, first of all, you don't know where it's stored, and it's confined in a plastic bag, which is going to interfere with decomposition and things of that nature. So it's going to make it harder.
Okay. And was your indication that the image depicted on State's Exhibit 40, an image of a leg of Melissa Wolfenbarger, was your indication that that was in a protected plastic bag as well?
It would just, again, appear to be so because, again, we don't see any insect activity exhibited by this leg. So I would say that it was somewhere where it was protected from insects getting to it.
Okay. And you testified that
If it's what I saw in the picture, I think Marissa put that picture up on the Discord where the placard with the number 2 was. It was just black, simple black trash bags. Insects can get into that real easily, especially, they were double tied. It doesn't really mean anything that they were double tied. Insects can get into it anyway. Have you ever thrown out your household garbage in a hot summer's day where you're thinking, I'm going to tie this up real well, and then the trash man doesn't come till next week, and next time you open the trash bin, it's just alive with maggots? They'll get into stuff like that. Exactly what I thought. It would be more reasonable to think that there was something that hindered the growth of insects, because insects will get into it, especially if it's so decomposed. It must have been somewhere where there was no access from insects. So he kept it stored in a very clean room for decomposition to this state. Was that months, weeks? And then he dropped it and the dog found it. Something doesn't add up. Yeah, it wasn't special bags or anything. And a double tie, yeah, it looks closed, but there's still a lot of room for small, creepy, crappy insects to get past your knots. It's not, yeah. We're covering murder cases. Horrible things will be said. Or you didn't pay your trash bill, and so you throw the bags in your garage in the summertime. Yeah, they will get in there. Either a freezer, an airtight container. Yeah, it's not enough to just, because if you double back something, there will still be, as long as there's just a little bit of air in there, there will be growth. When I was in the Navy, a buddy of mine, because we cooked in our barracks, we had special barracks for the Navy band, and he had a pack of cutlets that he forgot to put in the freezer, so he just put them on top of the fridge and forgot about it when he went home for summer vacation. When we came back 2 weeks later, everything smelled so absolutely horrible. And he came in there, and it was just like a layer of meat that was on top of maggots. And these are sealed meat containers, plastic meat containers. And there was still enough in there so the larva would grow. And those are hermetically sealed. But this lady says it's enough to just throw it in a trash bag. Yeah, they will get into anything. Well, it was in February, March, no, April she was found. There's a reason they use paper bags to store evidence. They use paper bags on the hands to preserve the nails. You cannot use plastic. Yeah. How do you think bodies decompose? I can't remember her name, and I know I've seen her before.
there was some type of something consistent with assault on, I guess, the neck, the vertebrae that you testified to. Is that correct?
That is correct, and that's based on my observation as well as Dr. Parker's report as well.
No, she will have to learn about it on the body
surfaces,
cams.
They appear to have been cut.
And were there
Because
other
you use,
extremities or parts of
use,
Melissa Wolfenbarger's
insect
remains that
growth to
also appeared to have
determine
the same type of saw cutting marks on them?
Yes, there were.
Okay. Let's show you State's Exhibit 41. Can you tell the court what we're looking at?
State's Exhibit 41, this appears to be the right lower leg and foot.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 42. Is that the plastic bag or a photo of one of the bags that the remains were stored in?
Yes, this is a photograph of one of the plastic bags that was associated with the remains.
Is that the type of storage vessel that could prevent insects from getting access to the remains inside?
Yes, if it's secured.
Is that also the type of storage vessel that could make it difficult to determine, a time, a PMI?
Correct.
Time of death?
Yeah, postmortem interval, yes.
Okay. Is that something that you typically try to make an evaluation, the PMI postmortem interval during your autopsy evaluation?
Well, I wouldn't say specifically,
Thank you,
but
Vito.
it's something we generally write down descriptions of decompositional changes that can be used to opine as to a postmortem interval.
Would the temperature outside, say the weather conditions, would that impact it?
Yes, I mean, it depends on where the remains are. Where are they stored? How are they stored? Temperature is certainly a big determining factor.
Okay. What about, you testified this, what about insect activity?
Yes, insect activity, animal activity as well.
All right. Did you see any signs of animal activity on the remains of Melissa Wolfenbarger during your evaluation?
No, I did not see any evidence of animal activity on what I had to examine or on the photographs.
And what would you observe if you'd seen evidence of animal activity?
Okay. Typically think about, like, say, dogs or carnivore type activity, chewing, gnawing on the bones, tearing of flesh, but especially with looking at the bones, looking at gnawing or scratching. And I did not see any of that indicated on the bones.
Show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 43. Can you tell us what we're looking at?
That looks like some type of an article of clothing, maybe a sock. I don't know. It's kind of muddy.
And State's Exhibit 46, what is that?
State's Exhibit 46 is the left foot, again, showing decompositional changes and protruding out of the soft tissue. I see a segment of bone that's broken.
State's Exhibit 47. Can you tell us what we're looking at?
State's Exhibit 47, this appears to be part of an upper extremity, so upper arm and forearm.
And State's Exhibit 48.
State's Exhibit 48, again, this looks like some type of article of clothing, maybe sweatpants that are dirty and appear to be kind of breaking down or degenerating.
Okay. I'm now showing you Exhibit 51. Can you tell us what that is?
Okay, State's Exhibit 51 are the various portions of the extremities with flesh removed from some of these bones, and they're kind of placed out on the table.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 54. You know what that is?
Okay, yes, State's Exhibit 54 is one of the bones showing a series of kind of roughly parallel disruptions of the bone, referred to as tool marks. These appear to be superficial cuts in this bone.
All right. Now, you
No,
tell the
it's
jury,
all circumstantial.
is it different cutting bone with flesh on it versus cutting a bone that's been defleshed?
Yes, there is.
And what is the distinction, or what differences in those experiences have? Can you tell the jury?
Yes, it's harder to cut through bone, specifically with the types of saws that I use when there's flesh on there, because it just doesn't cut well through soft tissue or flesh. The types of saws that I typically use, the oscillating saws, are very good cutting bone, but not soft tissue.
Okay.
And it tends to catch on the soft tissue.
And when you say tends to catch, what does that mean?
The teeth tend to be somewhat fine, and the tissue gets in there, and it just kind of snags it, and again makes it hard to control, and
The
and
dogs
difficult
didn't
to
find
cut.
it.
Showing you State's Exhibit 56. You tell the jury what that is?
Okay, State's Exhibit 56, we're looking at bones from a lower leg. The thin bone that's at the bottom of the screen is the fibula, which is the thin bone that's in the lower leg area. And you can see the superficial cuts on it. And then the bone above it that looks more irregular, that's the tibia, and it is more broken than cut.
And you say superficial cuts.
Whoops.
Are you referring to that portion in the screen depicted now?
Yes, I believe that was in the previous exhibit.
Okay.
The only question the defense needs to stand up and ask is, can you tell who did the sawing? Thank you.
And State's Exhibit 60. Is that further example or signs of some type of mechanical device coming in contact with the bone of Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Yes, it is. That's an end of a bone that has been cut.
Okay. All right. Now, Dr. Terry, based on your review of the photographs and reports, are you able to make an independent determination as to the cause of death of Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Yes, I can.
And what was the cause of death of Melissa Wolfenbarger?
The cause of death is ruled by Dr. Parker, or my opinion?
Your opinion.
Okay, and which I think are kind of subtly different. But my opinion is that the cause of death is undetermined due to dismemberment with concealment of the remains and decomposition, and actually, and also with incomplete recovery of the remains because the torso was not recovered.
All right. What can't you determine based off the things that are missing, the remains that are missing of Ms. Wolfenbarger?
I'm sorry, can you ask me that one more time?
Different way. Did you have enough? Let me ask you this. Were you able to tell if Melissa Wolfenbarger was strangled?
No.
Why not?
Because of the decomposition of the remains and the lack of neck structures to examine. That makes determination of whether or not strangulation has occurred very difficult, if not impossible.
Okay. And can you determine whether or not Melissa Wolfenbarger was stabbed to death?
No, cannot.
Why not?
Again, we're missing the torso. Someone could have been stabbed or had other injuries inflicted on the torso that would have been responsible for the death, but you don't know because you don't have that part of the body to examine.
Is that the same difficulty you would have trying to determine if she was shot?
Absolutely, yes.
And is that ultimately why you're saying undetermined?
Yes, because the cause of death is undetermined here because you can't say precisely how she died, and it is confounded by the fact that you have incomplete recovery of the remains. They've also been dismembered. There's been concealment of the remains, and there's decomposition.
Okay. Now, what would you say as to the likely cause of Melissa Wolfenbarger's death?
Objection. Speculation.
She's an expert.
She can't speculate because she doesn't have the body to. She can't say what's the most likely cause of death is when she has nothing to go by. I know this lady makes 1.5 million a year from Fulton County. Well, her company does, but she can't make that determination. That's why she put it up there as undetermined. What is the most likely? She fell in the shower. No, because this lady actually saw bones for a living. But again, she hasn't testified what type of blade was used, what type of saw was used. Is there any indication that it was a Makita, a Bosch, whatever you use? No, she just said it looks like saw marks.
If you'll rephrase, please.
Yes. Dr. Terry, is it likely that Melissa Wolfenbarger died of natural causes?
Given the circumstances, I would say that's very unlikely that she died of natural causes.
And if you could articulate why your determination is unlikely that she died of natural causes?
Again, the body's dismembered. There's an attempt to conceal by placing it in plastic bags. I don't have, as far as I know, she was a young female. I have no information about any significant health conditions, but even so, the fact that she's dismembered and concealed is very suspicious for some sort of non-natural death.
Okay. And when you say suspicious for some type of non-natural death, could you be more specific? Are you referring to a homicide?
Yes, I'm saying that it's very suspicious for homicidal violence, given that she's dismembered, concealed.
Then why did you determine it as undetermined?
I can't say exactly how, but it is very suspicious.
All right. And the marks and the cuts, do you have a determination as to whether they're ante or post-mortem?
Yes, I'd have an opinion that it's most likely postmortem.
And why is that?
Well, first of all, we don't see any discoloration of flesh associated with that. Second of all, just in terms of practically speaking, it would be very hard to dismember somebody while they're alive. And especially with the marks that tightly aggregated, you'd need to have somebody incapacitated or very significantly restrained to do that. And again, this is most consistent with something that has occurred postmortem or after death.
All right. Now, in terms of the manner in which homicide could have occurred, if say, for instance, Melissa Wolfenbarger was strangled, would you expect to see, the presence of blood in and around the surrounding remains themselves?
No, would not.
Why is that?
Strangulation typically does not result in the liberation of blood.
Okay, and considering that possible manner of death, as well as the fact that,
I'm sorry, you said manner of death. That's a cause of death. When we talk about strangulation. I'm sorry, I just want to be precise about that.
let me ask you this. Did you, when you were doing your evaluation, did you consider the possibility that she was murdered at that location where remains were located?
I mean, that's a consideration, but I don't think it's a particularly good or valid one.
Okay, so your consideration during the autopsy was that the remains may have been placed there. She may have been murdered somewhere else.
Yes, if she were murdered, it was most likely somewhere else.
And just referencing things that can impact a timing of death and make that determination, would you have been able to tell if the remains had been, say, refrigerated?
Not necessarily, no. I mean, but again, she's been dismembered and she's in plastic bags. The remains could have been anywhere.
And if it had been, say, the remains were refrigerated, how would that have impacted a time of death determination?
That would slow down decomposition.
Where do they have industrial refrigerators? At Action Glass, or could there be somewhere else we have heard about in this case where they have industrial sized refrigerators where you potentially could store a body?
It ain't candlelight, it ain't champagne, just neon buzzing and a busted up train. Didn't plan on losing my heart tonight, but on that greasy rooftop it all felt right. On the roof of the Waffle House, love kids.
I was oh, sorry, that yeah, I must have zoned out and hit go. Well, you need a sizable freezer to store. I think she was at 160 centimeters, even though she's in multiple sizes. And the torso alone is a little much to put into your freezer in your house where no blood was found. Yeah, and who would have a key for that said place? A manager, a shift manager? Remember, did any of you watch my wonderful coverage of the Adam Montgomery trial? Where was Paul Harmony stored for a period of time? Because, yeah, he just asked if we could store that back in the freezer, and he said, yeah. I don't know how much elk meat someone might have down there, but if someone said, hey, I'm leaving some bags in there because my brother went hunting, just let them be I'm going to get them out later. And it's crackheads and drunks who works at Waffle House anyway, so they don't give 2 cents about what's in these plastic bags.
Much like if you take any meat and put it in your refrigerator versus the freezer, it will slow how it degrades.
Okay. One moment, Judge.
Sure.
Well, there could be health inspection, but I don't think he was thinking that long.
Yeah, I can approach.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
All right, for the jury.
All right. Are we done for today? No, they have to talk about the testimony.
Okay.
So the reason that I asked the jury to step out is that we had, at one point, Mr. McDermott had objected to what he was concerned was going to be a line of questioning by the state regarding this witness's statement as to the results of some sort of DNA. I indicated that for now we were going to stay away from that topic with this witness based on the discussions that we had at the bench. And the reason that we are now revisiting that issue is that Mr. Fawcett approached and asked the court to sort of revisit that ruling. And I felt like we needed to have a more fulsome conversation on the record on that topic so that I could rule. And so that's what we're doing now. Mr. McDermott, you were the one who originally asserted that it would be improper for the expert to, for Dr. Terry to make those statements. And you were citing the Williams case, which I found. I think you also cited a Watkins case, which I was not able to locate. I found, that doesn't mean it, I just can't find it. I found Disharoon, which obviously where I think Namias is indicating that's an issue that's before the Supreme Court. But
You said Williams, but the case I cited was Smith v. Arizona.
I apologize. I thought you said the Williams case out of the U.S. Supreme Court and the Watkins case out of the Georgia Supreme Court.
Smith v. Arizona out of the U.S. Supreme Court.
That's after Williams and explains Williams.
Thank you. That's the part that shows why I couldn't find the Watkins case.
Smith v. Arizona, 602 U.S. 799.
602 U.S. 799. And what is the
779.
And what is the Georgia case?
Watkins is 320 Georgia 862.
320 Georgia
862.
Thank you, sir.
I have at 1.5.
If you'll give me just a second to pull that up, and then Mr. Fawcett, I was going to call on you to
You're live now.
let me know what the state's position is.
If you read Watkins, you can start at 872. Paragraph head book 16. The middle of that paragraph explains it in 2 sentences. Yeah, so. Looking at around 872.
So, can you give me that site again? Because I thought you said 320 Georgia 860, but that's not.
862.
Thank you.
Yeah, that must be it. But he lost his power when he took out his ponytail. Special K note: you can't live report from. Well, you can live report, but only in text form from Danish courtrooms. So that's why it's really hard to cover Danish cases. That's one of the things I wish we would get more sunshine in the courtrooms. But we would have to change it because I've said it before.
Yes.
The reason that it'll be hard is because this is how a Danish courtroom is set up. We have the defense and the prosecutor, and then we are seated on either side of the judge at my level. So you would be showing the layman, and the laymen are not publicly known. Our jurors, I will be mentioned in the verdict, I think, maybe. But I'm not mentioned in any of the legal papers, and my name is never mentioned in the courtroom. So we will have to change those rules. Toy la carissa. Fix it, y'all. You're weird. Oi, no song lyrics. I'm boring. Don't be boring. Be unbroken. Bye. I don't know, but I agree. Or maybe I disagree. But thank you. Been a hot moment.
Your Honor, the state is relying on 24-7703. I think the issue comes down to whether or not the state is intending on introducing documents related to those test results. The experts can rely on evidence, information that is not admitted into evidence, even evidence.
And routinely do, informing their opinions.
That's correct. And so Her opinion is based on it's going to be called to determine the cause of death of Ms. Wolfenbarger. And ultimately, she relied on the test results from LabCorp to make that determination as to the cause of death. And that's what her opinion is based on here.
I think maybe part of the reason I'm confused is what exactly is the DNA result that that we're talking about here?
So
is it confirming
We don't know.
that this is Melissa Wolfenbarger or that there's some sort of DNA match to her?
Yes, confirm. Well, the DNA match from well, actually, no, it's the swabbing of Norma Patton and the comparison of that to the extremities that were located on June 1999. Confirming that she was related to Norma Patton.
Okay, and is that in dispute?
I didn't think it was.
Thank you, Lady Di, for gifting 10 crazy memberships. Chloe's mom, Peppermint Patty, Cajun Bird, Marcy Cruz, Adrian Custom Furniture, Kelly Steffi, Rona, Jam Cracker, Cloveges, and Not Today Satan. Thank you so much for gifting 10 memberships.
I mean, forgive me if I fully acknowledge I might be missing something here, but I was not aware that there was a dispute that those body parts were in fact Melissa Wolfenbarger's. Maybe there is.
Well, first of all, it shouldn't matter whether there's a dispute or not. The rule's the rule. They can't testify to those.
Well, except that I don't have to venture into deciding what the rule is and how it applies in this case if it's not relevant evidence. That's why I'm asking the question. But yes.
There are test results in the back and forth discussion over identifying those remains that in some cases they did not match. So I don't think it is a 100% proven conclusion that all of those remains pertain to Melissa Wolfenbarger.
Okay. Well, I guess that demonstrates that I did miss something. There apparently is a dispute that all of those body parts are belong to Melissa Wolfenbarger. And again, asking the obvious, Mr. Fawcett, why would whether those body parts belong to Melissa Wolfenbarger or not be evidence of the fact that that her manner of death was homicide?
I guess I'm not understanding the question.
So I don't understand the DA to be offering, I guess the evidence that you're seeking to offer that this witness would testify about is the fact that she understood from the DNA result that those were Melissa Wolfenbarger's body parts.
Correct, yes.
Some of them anyway, according to Mr. McDermott's characterization,
Yes.
whatever that shows.
Apparently there was
Why does that
some
contribute to
discrepancy
the
between
ME's
the DNA
understanding
tests.
of whether the death was accidental, homicidal, suicidal, or undetermined?
Well, I mean, I think she wouldn't be performing a cause of death determination if the remains weren't first determined to belong to the same person the skull did. And I think the skull's being compared with extremities. And that's a part of that too, because you have the same type of cuts and marks on the bones of the skull as you do for the extremities. I think that's a pretty significant fact in that determination of the cause of death being highly likely of being homicide. So I think that, it wouldn't have been a comparison of the extremities with the skull if there hadn't been that information provided by LabCorp to Dr. Terry and Dr. Parker. And ultimately, that's why they made that cause of death determination after all the parts were identified and matched the parts on April 1999 and parts on June 1999. So ultimately, if there's an issue as to a specific part.
Napoleon, have you ever looked if your channel is what's called a branded channel? My channel is a branded channel, so it can never receive a gift membership.
But Dr. Terry can testify as to which part she swabbed and sent off. So if there's a femur versus another femur or an arm that's in dispute, I think that goes to the weight, not a disability.
Mr. McDermott, can you, I've got Watkins pulled up and I'm still admittedly struggling to locate the portion that you're directing me to.
Okay.
One part of the case that we were successful in.
Yeah.
Congratulations. I'd love to read it, but I can't find it.
So first of all, that's the state case. That there's also the Supreme Court case that it's Watkins is citing. But if you go to 872,
You said, I think you directed me to a head note and I can navigate it more quickly from there.
so head note 16,
Thank you, sir.
and that'll take you to a paragraph.
Branded just means I have a personal account, and then when I made this one, it automatically turned it branded. If I want to turn off the branded, they will then remove all of my monetization and all of my views, and I'll have to start over. I'm not doing that.
That begins with the word second. Second, the trial court clearly and obviously erred.
I have found it now. Thank you very much.
The beginning of that paragraph says to begin the Sixth Amendment's confrontation clause.
Yeah, but it's not a business, because other YouTubers who streams doesn't get a branded account. I don't know what I did wrong but it's stupid. Well, apparently there was some DNA test that didn't align with other DNA tests. So potentially more body parts, but yeah, she's the only ME who has testified about results. Why the hell is everything slowing down right now? She's the only one who has testified about any result. So that would mean she would have to testify.
I'd like to add something from Smith v. Arizona that addresses their argument.
That's what I'm looking at now.
Well, Smith addresses Rule 703 and its relation to this analysis. If you go, well, it's in section 2 under head note 9, but you got to go down to the next paragraph.
Yeah, where else were the serial killers in this case?
Mr. Fossett, have you had a chance to look at the Watkins case or the Arizona case that Mr. McDermott is referring to?
I'm still looking at it, Judge, but we can proceed.
Okay. As I said, when we were at sidebar, Mr. McDermott mentioned the Watkins case, but I couldn't locate it.
My take on it is the state has not proven him guilty in any way to me. I have 3 better suspects, or 3 better stories I could have told. So could he have done it? Yes. Have the state proven it? No. And I always go by the rule of innocent until proven guilty. Go watch my Sarah Boone coverage where I said the state really haven't proven it that well until they came to redirect. So I will be fair in every case and say I treat the state and the defense the same in every case. And this state is horrible.
While we were up here, I have now had an opportunity to review it, and it does appear that the Watkins case and the Smith versus Arizona case on which it relies would prohibit that witness from testifying. I understand your effort to distinguish it by saying, well, we're not offering the lab result itself in evidence. And I agree with you that expert witnesses do routinely rely on other people's opinions. But I think that the original ruling I made at sidebar is still the ruling, which is that the DNA test result is hearsay, and there's no one here who can testify to its to the truth of that result. Or at least, well, I take that back. There might be, but this witness is not that person.
All right. Your Honor, I would ask for permission to inquire as to Dr. Terry, whether she collected a sample from Norma Patton, what she did with that sample, and then what she did after the sample returned. I don't think that line of questioning, it touches on the results themselves. It just explains her actions and activity, and then what she did after she received information back from that.
Mr. McDermott?
I think the rule covers that type of questioning. I mean, it's clearly designed to elicit through dancing around the issue of the statement the truth of the statement that's in the lab results. And I would say that's just as much a confrontation issue.
Okay. So as I understand it, Dr. Terry did in fact conduct a swab herself. She's certainly allowed to testify about something she undertook. She's also allowed to say that she sent it off for testing because that's something she also did.
Well, that was never determined.
The extent to which she received a result or anything like that, I agree, invites this sort of cutesy half dodge around the fact that there's not a DNA test result witnessed currently and that DNA test result's not in evidence. And so just in generally speaking, Mr. Fawcett, the two questions you mentioned at first, I totally agree. Those are fair game. Those are actions that this person took and she can testify about them. I think to some extent you could probably ask her what her other steps taken were in her investigation that led to her decision. But what you're going to want to be real cautious about is treading too closely to the line that invites her to say, after doing that, did you develop an understanding or whatever? Because Mr. McDermott's.
Yeah, but it could also be a typo writing 70 because it was the right date, but it was the wrong year because the sister doesn't have the same birthday.
Concern is correct, that it comes too close to creating an inference that's not supported by any evidence in the trial that there was a positive DNA match.
Yes, sir. I understand.
Mr. McDermott, you can object when he asks the question if you have an objection to the particular question. If you find it objectionable in some manner, other than the record that you've already made. Anything else before we have the jury back in? Have the jury back in.
Nothing from the state.
Okay. Mr. McDermott, anything from the defense before I have the jury back?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Can I have the witness back, please? Thank you.
Oh, let's get out of here. I have to take my car to service in 9 hours. I need some sleep.
We'll have the jury back in. Thank you.
Well, body parts were tested for DNA, but the one who did the test and did the results hasn't been called, and DNA test hasn't been provided. as evidence in the case. That's why we are wondering what, if any, is going on. Oh, ugh. I'm tired. Let's get out of here. I need to take my car for service. Oh, I asked a question earlier. We can get to that while we're waiting. End poll. Should he
Please be
take the
seated.
stand?
Mr. Fossett, you may resume your examination.
58% said no. Interesting. 370
Dr.
votes.
Terry, did you ever meet with Norma Patton?
Yes, I did.
And you recall around what time period that would have been?
I think it was March 19 of 2003.
Okay. And are you familiar with the process of collecting swabs or samples from individuals?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury whether or not you did that at the time you met with Ms. Patton?
Yes, I did.
And are you familiar with collecting samples from other items that you intend to have compared?
Yes.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
All right. And in particular, did you swab the extremities of Melissa Wolfenbarger that were located in this case?
No, the extremities were not swabbed.
Okay. What other item, a piece or body part was compared?
I'd actually have to check the record to see, but tissue from the extremities, bone or soft tissue, had been submitted for DNA.
Okay. All right. And is that the process that you use in your identifications for skulls as well as other parts as well?
It can be. Oftentimes with skulls, though, if we have dental, we will use dental to establish an identification rather than DNA.
Okay. I want to turn your attention back to some of the marks and the cutting that we were just testifying to. I'm going to show you States Exhibit 66. Does that look like a saw to you?
Yes, that is a type of saw.
Okay. Are you familiar with the term, say, sawzall, or you with that term?
Yes, sawzall or reciprocating saw.
Okay. You familiar with the motion that type of saw makes?
Yes, I am.
I get using.
Yes, I have.
And the mark that you were testifying to in the bones of Melissa Wolfenbarger, is this the type of instrument that can make the type of cutting mark that you were testifying to?
It could make that type of mark, yes.
Based on your experience?
Yes, based on my experience.
Could other saws do the same? No, because the DNA is not being
Thank
brought
you.
in.
Mr. McDermott, questions for this witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Why is my camera crapping out?
Not many.
Turning off my camera and on again.
Hello, Dr. Terry.
Hello.
You remember me?
Yes, I did.
We met just a couple of weeks ago, I believe it was, or?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And that was at your office?
That is correct.
We discussed several aspects about the case.
Yes, we did.
Okay. What methods, again, did you use to determine the identity of this skull?
The method that was used to determine the identity of the skull was dental.
And did you mention that you did x-rays?
Yes, x-rays were taken, or I had taken x-rays taken in the medical examiner's office.
Okay.
And that was to establish the dental.
And when you establish the identity through methods such as that, is it important to keep records?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And do you normally keep records when you do something like that?
Yes, records are kept in the medical examiner's office.
And did you preserve the x-rays in this case?
The x-rays should be preserved at the medical examiner's office, the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office, yes.
And are you aware that no medical
My camera is just really slow. I can see it glitching and slowing down, so I tried to restart it. I don't know. But the StreamYard is completely slow when I pull up and down stuff, so yeah.
Or no x-rays exist in this case currently?
I'm not aware of that, but there have been changes in the regimes over the years. And at that point in time, there was the hard copy x-rays. And we kept those x-rays there. Now, I have not worked in that office since 2004. So I don't know, but they were there at the time I left the office. And now so many things are digital, but those x-rays were there at the time I left the office.
Whose responsibility was it to preserve the x-rays?
It's, like I said, they're there in the office. They were maintained in the office. So I would imagine it'd be the records custodian for the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office.
When you did the dental comparison based on the dental charts, not the x-rays, but the charts, do you remember the x-rays that were given to you to start the comparison?
Yes, there were bite wing.
I'm sorry. I said x-rays. I meant dental charts.
Oh, the dental chart. I have documented in my note that there is one page of dental charts.
Okay. And do you remember where that came from?
It came from Detective Stott, STOT, from the Henry County Police Department.
You always
do you remember
all of you.
Dentist?
I do not recall the dentist.
I wouldn't expect you to know his actual name. Do you remember what date that dental record was from?
It was from 1991.
1991. Melissa would have been 13 years old at that time.
I do not recall her date of birth.
Okay. If
1991?
Do you remember observing the remains of the head? You said the first time you saw it was when?
February of 2000.
Okay.
When I was turning them over to have a reconstruction done.
So you never saw it when it was not a skull?
That is correct. I just saw pictures.
Okay, so you only seen pictures.
Up until that point, yes.
And in those pictures, you could tell that it's badly decomposed?
Yes.
And you mentioned that there were no flies on it, so that was probably a recent...
Right, that it had recently been exposed. I didn't see any fly eggs. I didn't see any fly eggs described on it. I did not see any maggots or maggots described as being associated with these remains, even though they were described as being badly decomposed.
Okay. And you remember that the other remains are in similar condition?
That is correct.
And they had been in these bags?
Correct, with the exception of the one that was out at the time of the discovery. But
thank you, Vince, for gifting a membership to Vince Clotho. Congratulations.
A bag was nearby.
And Mr. Fawcett discussed with you the concept of PMI, post-mortem interval, is that correct?
Correct, that is what PMI
And
stands
that's
for.
a fancy medical examiner way of saying how long ago did this die?
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember me asking you questions about PMI when we met?
I do.
And do you remember me asking you, based on the pictures of the skull and the remains that we saw, if that could have happened in a relatively short time?
I do remember you asking that, yes.
Okay. And do you remember answering yes?
Yes, that is a possibility, yes.
Okay.
Actually, now there might be an indication that there's more than one body's body parts in the bags. And thank you, Vince Clotho, for gifting Julio a membership.
Do you remember me asking you specifically, would it have been conceivable to have gotten in that condition within 30 days?
I do remember you asking that, yes.
And your answer was yeah.
Yes, that's possible, yes.
Well, you didn't say just that's possible.
Oh, okay, well.
You said enthusiastically, yeah.
Well, I mean, again, it's possible. I wasn't having the conversation transcribed, you were recording it, but yes, it is possible. But there are a lot of variability or variables that go into how quickly something decomposes.
Okay. And we discussed those when we met, right? That they were in bags.
Yes, we did.
Those bags could have been exposed to sunlight.
Yes, the temperature, yes.
Temperature is very important to
Temperature.
decomposition.
It is very important to
and something in a black plastic bag in the sun would be warmer inside the bag than outside.
That is correct.
Okay.
I think I also mentioned we don't know where the plastic bags have been, too. They could be
Well,
stored somewhere.
it's fair to say, I'm sorry, did I stop your answer?
Oh, I was just going to say, there's just so many variables, it's difficult to say.
Yeah, that's my point to ask. When you normally do postmortem interval on remains that are found, it's usually an intact person.
That is correct.
And all those variables, you can calculate to some accuracy how long it's been.
Yes, some of those, we can, we have some knowledge of, yes.
But when a body has been dismembered, as in this case,
Dismembered, placed in plastic bags, potentially concealed.
pretty much all that calculation goes out the window.
Correct. There are just too many variables there to say what the postmortem interval is.
And I think you said to me, so it's like, could you say it's been days or weeks? Probably something like that.
Correct.
Okay.
It could be days, weeks, months. Yes.
Thanks. All the questions I have here.
Thank you, Mr. Fossett. Any additional questions for this witness?
Now, you were talking about the different variables. Can you say, based off of the information you have, the photographs and the circle?
I think my computer is struggling with something. Maybe it's getting a download or something, or there's an update on my internet, because I can see it lagging everywhere.
Circumstances that the remains were found when Melissa Wolfenbarger died? Can you say that?
I'm sorry, can I say?
Can you estimate a time of death?
Oh, no, I cannot estimate a time of death, no.
All right. And in terms of the variables that you were speaking with, would say the
Well, thank you for
tying up
14 months.
of the remains in a bag and dropping them off at that location, can you say that they weren't there, or that she didn't die in December, for instance, of 98? Can you say that?
No, I cannot.
And what type of variables prevent you from making that determination?
Again, she's been dismembered, placed in plastic bags. I don't know where these bags have been stored or for how long they've been at the location where they were when they were discovered. Just because they were discovered there doesn't mean that they've been stored there for a period of time. I don't know where they've been between the time of her death and when they're discovered. And I don't know when the time of her death actually occurred. So I don't know.
Okay, that's all I have, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. McDermott. Anything else?
Nothing further from the defense.
Thank you so much, Doctor. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm going to rest now.
Counsel, can y'all approach?
So anyway, on the screen,
Sorry,
the state.
I jumped ahead too far.
As I did want to go to the courtroom. Thank you that you'll be complying with patient.
Hello, come back. It's 10:30 tomorrow. 10 YD. Have the state rested? Maybe I should go back and see that.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So it is about 5:15. We are going to adjourn for the day. I'm going to direct you a couple things, just as I have each day. What you guys
Sorry. I am professional.
all the jury charges. I did want to have, I don't plan to have a full entire charge conference right now. But given that I expect that the state will probably be wrapping up its case first thing tomorrow, and that we either will or won't hear, depending on what the defense decides to do, I think it makes sense for us to at least have a first pass. Have the parties had a chance to look at the jury charges that I sent, and any specific matters y'all want to address in terms of concerns you have. Yes, sir, Mr. Samuel.
Yes, I looked at them.
Okay.
You want to go specific?
Any from the state? Who's going to be handling that for the state? Like, I'm sure all of you, but which one of you is going to talk about it?
I haven't looked at it, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, I tell you what, let me make it easier so you're not,
Typos.
that's why I asked you to look at them. So let me put them on the screen, and I think that will help because it will also let you understand how they will be displayed to the jury when I do the charge. So anyway, the second charge is just a general pattern charge. I mean, it's not a pattern charge, it's just a general charge of, hey, the law is what I say it is and not what the lawyers say it is. And then beyond that, other than typographical errors, all of these are pattern charges. The only issue is to this evidence in this case is such that you shouldn't be given or need to be tailored further.
I can give you a list of my issues. 131.42, witness supported. I'm not sure we have that.
Yeah, so again, I exercise no editorial control over this. I simply put on here what you guys had listed. So not only have we not had that, but generally speaking, attacking a witness under 131.41 is a very specific process that sometimes may or may not have happened either. I agree with you. We certainly have not had any witness supported. I'm not even sure we've had witness attacked except perhaps by, that one needs to be tailored because perhaps by prior convictions.
Yeah, and then
Hang on, what are your thoughts in terms of witness supported? Ms. Hilton, the conversation we were just having.
Yes, Your Honor, we agree.
I mean, I haven't heard anyone be rehabilitated in that manner.
Correct. We will withdraw 131.
Okay. And to be honest, I don't know that anybody actually asked for that one. It's one of those, they go together. And if we have witness attack in that particular way, then I'm going to keep witness supported in that way.
We're going to hear all of this when they are reading them to the jury. It's just lawyers wasting everyone's time again. What a difference a day made. When we were done yesterday, I was sitting here and had drank it. I had 2 bottles of my Lord. Today I'm standing here and I haven't had 2 bottles of my Lord. Other than that, nothing has changed in my opinion of this case since yesterday. The only new thing, we might have multiple body parts in these bags. Drinker red. I was in a very smiling and happy mood yesterday. I know, Brandon, thank you for noticing. I really felt well yesterday. I should sleep less because my mods always say the less sleep you have, the happier you are on screen. And we can never feel when you're having an off day because you have had 3 hours of sleep. Jemima is always the first to say, I'm so glad that you're never grumpy when you're tired. And I like that. Thank you for the recognition, Jemima. And but other than that, what the hell? That drink tastes a little like chemicals, sadness, depressions. That's probably about what it tastes like. But I don't mind it. I've drank so much of it now that I'm kind of used to it. Probably not a good thing, but I am. That's not new. I said that yesterday. Yeah, that I'm a happy person and I'm lovely. But it's tasty. Well, it's not tasty. It's not my favorite, but it's not bad. Again, I have now consumed of those airplane bottles. I've probably consumed like 20 of them now, so I'm kind of used to it. We're going to start 10:30 tomorrow. I don't even have a spiel to go off of because we didn't hear anything today. We were played a recording that was absolute bullshit. We were told that there's saw marks on the bones, which is probably from one type of saw or another type of saw. They are going to rest tomorrow, I think. I don't know if they're going to bring anyone else in the morning. The defense, I don't know how much they're going to. I know a majority of you said they shouldn't put him on the stand. I'm actually of the belief that I think that could actually work today. I know he'll be there for cross-examination and will have to answer on domestic violence questions, but he can shit a whole shit ton on the family. I think I would roll the dices. The DV expert's testimony was like any other DV expert testimony. Men are bastards. Everyone's a victim. But we'll have to figure it out. Apparently, if any of you are concerned about not following the Adelson case, they have enough jurors now that they will continue to do the voir dire and stuff like that. 110 jurors have been picked, and they will now try and trim the fat so they can get a case going. I'll be back 10:30 tomorrow. Hopefully my car doesn't need too many repairs, but you never know. It's an old car. Just like me, 27 years old. You can feel it in your bones. No, I don't like skiing. I've done it once in my life. I don't like it. My family skis a lot. My sister has a well, it's not a chalet, but it's she has an apartment in the Alps at close to l'Alpe d'Huez, where she goes skiing a lot. But I don't like it. I don't like to get wet in the snow and giggity. But snow is not for me. Well, I don't mind snow as long as I don't have to be in it. So I don't do any ski-based activities. I had my brakes done last year, so hopefully they don't fail. But no, it's the yearly checkup, so hopefully it works. But I'm gonna jump off. I'm gonna go to bed, and then I get up in 9 hours and 8 hours and get my little car to the service station. Back tomorrow, 10:30. I will be here a little bit before. Go out, enjoy life, and try not to put someone in a body bag.
What exhibit are you referring to? I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor. All right. 100.
100.
Because it is 100%
100%.
correct.
So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
All right, I'm in love. Go back. Please do that again. Oh, that was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.